Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Test, test, test.
I'm just fucking with the audio.
Okay, that's fine.
You guys even just wanted to just talk about me for a bit.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
A bit more now since back like you guys chit-chat.
Even though the sound of it is quite a night atrocious.
No, thank you. Did you hear it at all? No, perfect.
You're quiet.
Am I quiet?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Test.
Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of just waiting for Alex to get both mics going. I'm gonna flex the audio.
This is ASMR.
That's awful. Oh, I am not a fan of ASMR.
See, I am, but paper rubbing against itself just.
It's just ASMR. Yeah, it gives me the tinglies in a way of my skin is crawling out.
I'd like to go now.
I like this to be done.
Hello, my name is Alex.
Alex, you sound weird.
Sounds so
Hi, I'm Alex. This is my judging.
And this is my TED Talk.
Yeah, this
Oh my
is
God.
This is my tits.
This model is a bust. This model is also a bust.
Which one's more bussing, though?
Well, they're both pretty busties.
Straight pussy.
They're both named Rhonda.
Whoa. I gotta go. No, the mics aren't on, I suppose.
Yours, well, they are.
Mine is. Mine is. It should be. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no, no, no. Oh, look at it's me.
It's you.
It's us.
Hey everyone, welcome to quarter 3, 2024 Dwarven Axe.
Yeah.
It's already quarter 3.
Quarter
I'm
3.
so confused.
Oh.
I'm Alex. We got myself or Alex. I'm Alex. Yes, hi.
Oh, my introduce. I'm
Yeah.
I'm Sammy. Myself or Sammy?
I'm Kelsey.
Kelsey. Hi.
Not myself.
Not myself.
We're judging this Dwarven Axe, so it should be fun. We're just some initial things. We have 47 entries this time around.
Yep.
And yeah, we're gonna get through each one. We're having some new technical things, so you'll see new stuff on the stream, as well as getting a handle on some video files. So if you see some hiccups, let us know. But for the most part,
Yeah.
it's gonna go well. So I don't have any other announcements myself. I don't think.
Bert was supposed to judge, but he's sick.
Yeah, he's sick as a dog.
So they said, hey, Sammy, you judge.
We threw her into the mix.
Yeah.
So
It's not bad for busyness. Sorry, I'm answering this question.
Oh, okay.
We have a Armada tournament going on right now, and there's a few people here for Imperial Assault, and there's one person here for hobbying. It looks like Magic. So there's still plenty of space if people are interested in coming down and painting, hobbying, all that jazz.
yeah, head down, Logan. You got space. In me, Logan. Yeah.
Who's Acidic Horizon?
It says Logan. So anyway, well, without further ado, we'll get started. We're gonna.
You're okay for right now.
Whenever you flip it, we'll start it up.
We're actually gonna be talking about the bus first.
Yeah, we are going to be talking about the bus first. So, if you see on the bottom left-hand side of the doobadoo, there is a vote for judges model, and it's a competition between Kelsey and myself for just the funsies of it. We had you all vote for a bust that we should be painting, and so we printed them, painted them, and now the moment of truth is here. So we have Sam to pick on both of our models the best she can, as critiques and thoughts and items, and we can bicker and argue about them all day. So
Yep. It's not constructive critiques. It's just critiques.
it's just bullying. Got it.
Yeah, as you do.
Anyway, but the rest of you all can vote online for your favorite, and it'll weigh into whoever wins the. I don't know. We don't even have a.
We're just kind of just showmanship.
By the way, if you see Sam talking into my shoulder, it's because there's a shoulder mic right here. So
It's clearly that she prefers Alex over me.
It's true.
it's because she's
true.
left-handed.
It is, yeah.
The left-handed crew.
Let's be real. Anyway, so just to get started, we'll start off with our busts and go from there. So thoughts on those, and again, if you can vote, there is a voting link down below. Please scan it and vote away. 1 vote per person. Go hog wild. So.
Okay. Is there somewhere that I should, or do I just
You
look
can
at it?
point it at the camera. We didn't take pictures.
Yeah, we didn't take pictures. They're online though. They're in the
The QR code.
The QR code. If you stare long enough at the QR code, you become that, which is.
Oh, that's why.
Yep.
That's why that is.
That's why that is.
Okay, so I guess starting with Kelsey's bust.
I'll give this to you.
Oh, that's so
You
nice.
get the
Yeah.
Oh,
You hold.
you're supposed to put
Especially
it on me
since-
like I did to you. There we go. Hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, so I really like the colors on this. Obviously, like the very first thing is that the colors pop a lot, and then the nice inclusion of the Ukrainian flag colors on that. I will say that in person, the skin has a lot more color to it than the pictures show. It was kind of washed out in the pictures, and one thing I don't like about this model, this has nothing to do with Kelsey,
It's all good.
is that the child has like a receding hairline.
That's kind of a part of the model, but it's hard. But you'll be able to see in comparison to Alex's what a little bit of green sculpt can do.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, I also, the inclusion of like all the little dirty spots on here is really nice, and the freehanding on the plinth, I guess, and all the like nice little moss and stuff. I mean, this is very, I'd say this is really fitting for kind of what's going on, and kind of for a war environment. I will say I guess this is a little dirtied, right? But it's a little hard to tell that this is like, I'm assuming this is dirtied and then this is a little more clean. But because the dirt on kind of right here in this little, I don't know, between the bullets and the pocket, I don't think it goes up as high as it does on here. So that's kind of a nitpicky, but.
No, get nitpicky.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying. Like, I literally just noticed it because I was trying to figure out why these two sides didn't match. And then, yeah, I like the dirt on the face. I think, this cheek right here, her left, our right cheek is really well blended, and it looks like it's maybe not as well blended on the other side.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, that's my
thoughts.
yeah.
Nice.
My thoughts.
Okay.
Do you have anything else to add?
Oh, I got plenty to add.
Yeah, might as well just bring the garbage can right over.
So I guess first I'm going to compare these. One's a lot more colorful, and one's a lot less colorful. That was my initial assessment.
Really crushed it.
Yeah,
Totally.
I know,
10 out of 10.
I know. So Alex also did a good job with like kind of this, tying it into the Ukrainian flag and everything. I know that you did more of a harsh lighting on this one.
Yep.
And that you painted the back before you kind of put, or you at least put values on the back before you put kind of the,
Darkened it down.
Thank you. Yep.
Yep.
I do, on this one, I do like that, like the more muted colors, I also really like on this. Like I don't think one is the better of the two in terms of like having more colors or more muted colors, because they're both very fitting for the type of environment that it's in. And I do like this kind of weathering almost. I don't know what you would call it.
It's supposed to be weathering away the Russian flag.
Yeah. So yeah, I do like that. Maybe if I knew what the Russian flag looked like, that would help.
Womp womp.
So, whoops. I do think you did so we all know black is a really hard color to paint, and I think you did a really good job of highlighting the black and making it still read as black on here. So I do like that, and I feel like all the colors, it's well composed. All the colors go well together. I will say, I also really like this freehand of the.
Thank you.
Especially the fact like on this side it's kind of dripping down. That's a really nice touch. Oh, actually, one other thing I was going to say is I like the crying, the like little gloss you did for the crying.
Yeah.
I noticed that earlier. That's really cool. I think I would have liked to maybe see a little more purple in the black eye, because black eyes are bluish purple.
Bluish
right?
purple, yep.
But again, I think this reads a lot better in person than it does in the picture.
I agree with the freehand as well. It was really well done on the girl's jacket.
Yes, I didn't even mention that. It was so, it's like, I feel like it's so, yes, that's a good point, because like, it's so, you wouldn't notice that it's freehand, right? It like seems like it's just like a part of it, like, oh yeah, obviously. And the one thing I will say though is that so we have the harsh lighting on the bust, but it didn't transpose into the actual plinth itself.
Correct.
And I don't know if that was just a choice on your part, but I think it would have tied this in as like a singular piece a little bit better. I also think that the black hair, there's no transition, right? It's just black all across. So I think if you like having a little more you clearly know how to highlight black. So
There's I will jump in and state that there is a slight amount. It's difficult to see, but there's slight blues and grays that are in the hair. It's a hard thing.
Oh yeah, I guess yeah.
But to a fair point, it's not that readable just by looking at it.
Right.
Yeah.
So a fair critique.
All my critiques are fair. I also really like that you did take care of the receding hairline. I know that we talked about, so you kind of put in some green stuff and like also just made it actually tie into the rest of the hair as well by kind of sculpting it as, well, she has messy hair. I know you talked about the fact that children never have good hair, right? Their hair is always a little messy, so yeah. Oh, I also really like the blood on the knuckles. Yes, that was another thing I wanted to point out.
Thank you.
Yeah, especially like again with the gloss over it, that glossy finish. But yeah, that's all I have to say about those two.
All right. Well, we'll have to see what the masses say, and then you can throw in your 2 cents to see who gets the vote, who gets the win.
It's up to you now.
It's up to me.
Well, you and them.
You and them.
No, just me.
Just you. This is all for show.
Yeah. But yeah, that's. Hopefully, I went through it in enough detail, but
That's Sam.
It works.
yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
Thank you much.
No, get this off of me.
Hey, Chris. I was gonna say, how does it sound if Sam has the mic versus me?
I could hear you both. I mean, one is always going to be a little quieter,
Yeah,
but
well.
I could hear you both.
You want it?
And no one's
Give me the central person.
Oh my gosh, I don't.
You're the
that
pillar.
That means you have to
Yeah,
talk into
well.
me. Oh, I'm so uncomfy.
Well, then fine. I'll take it.
No, I already put it on my
Oh
shirt.
Lord.
All right.
All right. Well, we're starting off strong. Thank you so much for doing that, Sam, and going through the information with us.
Appreciate it.
But we're now going to be transitioning into sci-fi single. We have 7?
Probably at least one.
At least one. We have 7 entries for it.
7, yes.
7 entries. So yeah. So first up, we have
One of my firsts.
one of my firsts. It's
Oh,
by
that's
James.
cute.
Yeah, there we go. It's by James A. All right, Golden Guy says that it's better with Sam having the mic, so
Oh,
there you go.
There you go.
thank you. It's because they like my voice more.
That's true.
So James is a well-known painter in the Forge community. He's entered in many of our Dwarven axes. I believe he won at Con of the North, I believe. Best in show.
He did. One at Commonwealth with his slam.
So this was one of his first models that he's painted.
You know, and just off the top, it's a well composed model. Like I wouldn't be sad throwing that onto the table and having that be able to be played for models overall. So with just my initial thoughts are it's very initialized in like just color. You have your silver, you put down your silver, it's slightly blended if at all, it's some base color red, it's just getting the base color tones down because it's a model that you want to play on the table.
Right.
It's a first time model, cool. There's nothing that I'm going to put this on the table and play it, that I'd be upset about.
Yeah.
Is it a competition piece? No, but is it going to look great in an army? Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah. I think one small thing that is really easy to touch up is that there's you can kind of see on the screen too, there's a little bit of gray that got onto the the base. Yeah, there we go. The rim of the base, and that's just something easy to just. I don't know if this was supplied black or not, but it's always it's a nice way to like finish up your model is to just go through and do that like one little swoop, and two, it's the most satisfying thing in the world. Like you're like, and we're done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Great way to finish it off.
Yeah. I do think so. Going from a yellow into a red blend is not easy.
No.
And I do think that this is, it's fairly well executed. Obviously we do see a little bit of a harsh transition line between that orange and that red, but I think it doesn't look bad. Like I think it looks like fairly good.
Yeah.
Like I said, especially because like those are not the easiest to kind of blend together.
I do think that with it being his first model, I'm sure that he was probably intimidated by doing some edge highlighting. But it would really pop if you were in this kind of stage with your painting. A little bit of edge highlighting on stuff takes it so much further.
As well as like shading just the silver in general, so it's more than just black. Like adding a purple or a blue in there to kind of make it pop up a bit.
Right.
Can help.
And highlighting that silver too as well.
There's a lot of freehand that not a lot of people would actually go for, like on the
Purity seals.
Yeah, purity seals, the shield. So there's small touches in there that definitely make it stand out.
And I do agree with Logan there that the banner does look really cool.
Yes.
Yep.
I think like it's definitely where your eye goes to, and it's and it just like I would say that's probably the strongest part of this piece as well.
Yep.
So that's kind of the fact that like on the model itself, like if it was just gray, that's where your eye would go to, and the fact that that's obviously where you put in the most work. Like it shouldn't say obviously.
Yeah. It draws the eye. It's a powerful piece of that model that really does exemplify it, and the fact that he took the time to do blending on it, to do to work on the detail work, it really just popped.
Yeah. Is it me? I'm sorry.
It's me.
Oh.
It's you.
You're the problem.
I'm gonna leave.
Gotta go. But yeah, no,
I apologize. I'm gonna grab my drink.
Any other thoughts?
No.
Oh, not me. Do you not care about my thoughts?
And we're moving on.
Thank you, James, for entering
Thanks,
in.
James.
A fantastic model of your first time. We're going to see more from James, so just getting to experience that is really fun. So moving on forward
to Logan's model, actually.
I spent a lot of time working on this stream.
Yeah, Alex has put in a lot of hours getting this stream all ready to go for today, so...
Also, shout out to my friend Axel. She put in a lot of effort and time into teaching me how to do these things and also getting me underway. Also, thank you to The Forge for sponsoring
Yes.
and hosting us. I meant to toss that out at the beginning, but I completely forgot, because caffeine is just starting to work. So.
The neurons are just starting to connect. So this is Logan. Logan was working on this on Tuesday.
Sorry.
No, Logan, this model, starting it up and picking it up for the first time, it really pops, and it sits alongside with the rest of your line of Tau, that it has this. You're finding your place as a painter in a style that it really does pop in this almost painterly, almost realism space, and I think you should keep going down that path, because you really do have a good eye for lighting and for placement of highlights.
Yeah. I really like, I don't know if this is where my like lack of Warhammer comes in.
If I remember correctly, it's a fusion blaster.
Yeah, so I do like the kind of blue to white on that. Again, I also really like the colors, like good use of complementary colors here with the blue and the orange.
Yep.
and I really like the kind of this OSL effect from the base into the model that helps it come together quite a bit. It does.
It also goes off on the legs too.
Right.
Really nice way.
Yeah. It does look like there's a little bit that wasn't painted, which, I mean, or rubbed off.
Same with up here, that little symbol on the shoulder. It's just flat black.
Yeah.
Which it feels like there should be something more to it than that.
Yeah, especially because you know, when I feel like the bad thing about highlighting everywhere, which like it is, you always want to do it, is that the places you don't highlight are going to be.
I'd like to point out that they're pointing at the left shoulder pauldron rather than the right one.
Oh, thank you, Kelsey. Seeley pointed out that we lost our judging room. Yeah, we got tossed out into the fray.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna grab a pen to point at things. Kelsey.
Oh, actually, I have a paintbrush right behind. Yeah, just
Yay,
it should
paintbrush.
be somewhere in that bag. Again, you know, same comment that I had on the last model. Same but different. This base the rim of the base was clearly painted, but there is still a little bit of
Rub off.
yeah, like rub off, or like you just like make sure you go over it with like 2 coats. I always, you know, I think. This one's brand new.
You actually found
Brand new.
Dang.
This is old,
Oh.
if you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I also think that the little flap in the underside, I know it's in shadow, but it doesn't look like it's quite matching the same color as the rest of the body of the towel either. Looks black.
This part?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's not highlighted even with a gray or anything.
Right.
Got it.
It's just
Only
something
time
I
with my
just
brush.
noticed. But yeah.
Logan pointed out that she played with it too much, and if it's a playable model, look at varnishing your model. If it's a display-only model, you don't have to. But it's the difficulty between having
Right.
a playable thing and not. So,
Yeah. Yep. And there are some good matte varnishes out there.
yep.
Don't ask me what they are, I just know that they exist.
Yeah, AK Interactive has it too. A really good flat mat, if that's what you're after. So,
All right.
thank you, Logan, for that. It's fantastic.
All right. Our
So, up next, we got
Got-
Elbow Booty
by David.
by David J. He posted this on the Discord several times.
I believe so. Yes.
I don't know why I don't remember that.
You close it off and shut it off, and then you're like, no, it doesn't exist. Object
Exactly.
permanence.
First thing that I will say is that I love how vibrant the blue is. It
It's a
really.
very vibrant model.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I like.
Yeah.
All four.
Yeah, the blues really pop, especially against the orange of the blade, the orange and yellow of the blade.
Feel free to lick that brush. It's literally brand new.
Don't tell me how to live my life.
Well, I know you're a brush licker.
I am a brush licker. Don't be a brush licker. Don't be me. Don't go down my path. It's a bad thing. Kelsey's over here trying to have a serious conversation.
I'm assessing the model.
Okay, all right.
Caffeine has not hit me yet.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the base on this is really good. I really like the composition of it. And it's a good use of tufts.
Yep.
You know, it doesn't look like you just stuck tufts on a model.
Yep.
I would say one critique I have. This is a good rim of the base. Also, since I pointed out some bad ones, I might as well point out some good ones. Or, yes, tufts win painting competitions.
Tufts do win painting competitions, absolutely.
As somebody who's never used a tuff, I will say that.
There's still time.
I know. I think I have some. But one thing I will point out is kind of on these flames. Like, I really like the flame effect on the sword. I think that it was so. Again, like this is something that they know how to compose a flame.
Yep.
I think that there's a little too much black for me on this, and especially because it looks like the like the red is almost getting lost in that. Oh, sorry.
No, you're right on there. I'm agreeing.
Yeah, but yeah, so I think like if we remember, like the black is kind of just like it really should just be the end. It's kind of that part that's going away into smoke.
Yep.
So your smoke isn't going to have this kind of clear defined shape, but yeah, I think that was the first thing that I kind of noticed on this. I really like this back right here with the
gold.
Yeah, with the gold.
I honestly think the metallic gold was really well done on this piece.
Yeah.
I do think that there could have been a little bit of edge highlighting on the gold, just to make it stand out a little. Even if it was just like on the shoulder pauldrons, the top of the backpack, the top of the crown, would have made it stick out a lot more and brought that focus back onto the face of the model.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the additional metallic highlighting would have really made this stand out a lot more. For like all of the metallic bits on here, like a touch of silver in places, because he has it over here on this shoulder.
On the right shoulder.
Yeah, it actually has the metallic highlighting, but it's not in other places where I would expect light to fall on.
Yeah.
I do want to point out the face is really well defined.
I agree.
Especially at this scale, it's really well done.
Yeah.
So there's nice highlighting, good control on the actual color. He actually painted blonde hair that doesn't look,
yellow.
just yellow.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really good point. I also I really like the stark kind of transition from that cheek to right below the cheek. That's like perfect, I feel like.
It does. It looks really good. The shading on the ultramarine symbol, there's actual good shading on there. There's good shading elsewhere. It's just the highlights I think that need to be increased on the metallics.
Yeah.
It's definitely a style choice, but there could be glow effect coming off and onto the armor touch. Like just even a small amount of yellow glazing would help push that.
Yeah. And maybe that is what they were trying to do with the highlight here, and that's why it's not.
That's possible.
That's possible too, yeah.
But in which case you would want that to be consistent and doing it on the heels where like the closest flame is for the candelabras,
like down on the
torches. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
So.
And that's the thing, is just consistency. If you look, take a step away from the model, come back to it, look to see if it's everything's still consistent eventually when you come back.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also would have liked to see a little more highlighting on kind of the rocks here. I think rocks are a really easy win for getting a lot of contrast in.
Yeah, some greens, some purples, some blues, some reds, like they all blend nicely in the rocks.
Yeah.
It's hard to screw up a rock too. Because
Yeah.
you can put a bunch of colors down and be like, oh, it looks terrible, and then like put a brown wash over it and suddenly it pops.
Yeah.
Right.
I think it's an easy win. Yeah. Awesome.
Let me know when you want your water.
Yeah, no, thanks for
It was in the frame.
okay. There's no label on it.
It is in frame.
All right, who's up next?
So we have Mr. Rob Seeley.
By the way, before we move on, thank you, David.
Yeah, thank you,
entering
David.
That model, it's fantastic.
Rob, yes.
Mr. Seeley.
Mr. Seeley's a regular around here.
I don't think that's true.
Woof.
A Demon Hunter champion.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, hit him with your best shot, Sam.
Yeah, so the first thing that kind of stands out to me, I don't know if this is supposed to be, one, the sword looks amazing. I'm going to say that. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a metallic or if it's supposed to be a blue sword. But one thing that's really hard to pull off is doing an NMM style with metallics on your model. And I think you can kind of see it here where it almost looks like it's not a cohesive part of the model. All right, like
So, do you think that it would have been better if you would have done more of like a blended, like stylistic choice on the sword to be like a power sword, like a energy source rather than it being like a metallic?
Yeah, because I mean, if you just like look right, like it's very clear that like it doesn't, right, and I think that's part of the whole like I don't know if this is NMM or if it's supposed to be a blue sword. Yeah. Because we do have actual metallics and it just looks very stark.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think either doing the whole thing in NMM or doing the sword in like a shaded color metallics or like metallics with a glaze or something.
I gotcha. Yeah.
I think it is supposed to be blue because there's this.
Because you have the OSL effect. Because you also have the OSL on the eyes too, up on the helmet.
Yeah. But take that as you will. It's a very well done model.
It is a very well done model. I will point out, other than it being an extremely well done model, the shading's there. It has a nice blue shading. It's a little harsh on the dark blue for the shading. The cloak is really nice. I wish that there was additional like things on the cloak, but I understand that it's more. It's nice that like the inside has the glow effect on the lighter color, so that it pops more.
I do like the different types of varnish that he used, because if you look on the back side of the head, it is gloss varnish versus the matte varnish that he's used to like the cloak and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you have a nice. You can tell that an additional texture, like a stippled texture on the cloak, would have been really nice to make it pop, to feel more like a cloth.
Yeah, it looks almost like silky.
Yeah.
Which, if it was silk, then you'd want to go up higher.
Exactly. There is like nice freehand everywhere too. Like on this book, there's just a ton of little freehand dots.
Yeah.
Did you just use a brush with that? Because that's a hella good brush control.
Fresh brush.
Yeah, on the purity seals as well as the book up top. It's a fantastically executed Grey Knight. Also, the decal work over here is really nice too. So he didn't skimp on it.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is like a mixture of different models for a strike squad.
Clearly.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think it's good overall. I do think the transitions on the cloak are very, very smooth.
Yeah, they're very smooth.
Which is unsurprising, I will say, having seen his models before.
Yes. I think in this case, the thing that as feedback I would point out to Rob is like, look at adding texture. It's definitely noticeable that you have really good brush control and have an eye for how to compose a model, but adding texture to it would be really good. Adding texture to the metal so it feels more of a having texture metallics, as well as the cloak having like a certain type of texture to the cloak other than just flat, would push it, I think, to the next level for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks awesome. Good job, Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Rob, for making us all jealous of a beautiful man.
So next we have Phobos Sniper by Lee S. Now this one stuck out to when we were processing videos and stuff last night. It's definitely a stylized choice, but it looks very, very cool. Really well executed.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's such a uniquely cool feeling model. Never mind the gray underneath.
No, I know. No, I wasn't gonna say anything. I just was very I'm so used to just seeing a flat.
Yeah.
It's probably one of
textured base.
Yeah, those. But yes, this is a very dramatic model. I do like it a lot. I love the effect that you were going for. I think I would have liked to see a little bit more blending in there between each of the different colors. I love the colors that you chose for this, and especially with that little pop of the orange. That's a very good.
Correct me if I'm wrong. If it might be blacklight orange color.
Oh, yeah.
So if you put a blacklight over it, it might highlight a little bit more orange in color. But I don't know. You'll have to let us know, Lee.
Yeah. it's such a stark contrast style where it's very stylized, very line art all the way around. You can tell that it was specifically chosen. That it's not a lack of blending. It's like this is a choice of how I want to place color.
Yeah.
So from like a stylistic choice, it's incredible.
Yeah.
It feels very cyberpunk, very vaporwave esque. One thing that I think was missed was this pack over here on their the right leg. It's just black, and it doesn't have any additional. It has a couple of dots of highlighting, but I would have liked to see a little more to it than just a brief outline.
Right.
Especially with how everything else is kind of highlighted.
I would say that something that would probably pull it together, make it read more as a stylistic choice, is to do that highlighting on the black itself. So on the top of the gun here, and like you said, on those packs. Right there.
On like this arm right here, this shoulder pad. Even a gray, like something very neutral would help to pull that kind of together so that it gives some definition, but not like overwhelming it.
Yeah.
And it would also help with the base in between the two areas, so you have something.
Yeah.
Sorry. I love that. It's super cool.
The gun reminds me of Darcy from Destiny 2. It's the same color scheme.
Oh, okay. Well,
but that's just me.
Yep, I understand all the references being made.
Anyway.
Thank you,
Lee, for entering.
That is an awesome model. Hope you guys enjoyed seeing it as much as we did.
Yeah. So we have our next model, which is a Warpsmith by Will.
Okay.
Long-time listener, long-time... my brain just stopped. It was bad.
Okay, great.
It really hurt.
You
submitted a lot of models. There we go.
Oh, nice. Good feedback.
Thanks.
Thanks.
I think this is another model where I would have liked to see like a little bit more highlighting on, especially this
the purple.
This purple, that's an easy like just dot. Like even if you just did dots, because the model gives you the texture. Yeah, I do really like that. Like this side is lighter, at least on the like you can see back here, it is a darker color. So that's really good for showing that where your light source is. The
hazard stripes are really nice.
Yeah, the hazard stripes are really well done. I was going to actually point out that the metallics are different in like the gun versus the arms versus the armor. So you definitely have that. How you control your metallics is very much so there.
Yeah.
You're adding color where you need to without it being overwhelming to the model. You're having the yellows where you want them to be and make it pop, draw the eye, for sure.
I think this is a good model of how to add color while having a mostly metallic model.
Yes. Yeah, without it being overwhelming.
Yeah.
The skin tone is really cool too. I like that skin tone.
Yeah.
The basing's fun too. It's a good composition of a model.
Yeah.
Especially for throwing it down on a table or having it in display.
Yeah.
You could put this in a diorama and it would feel very much so at home.
For sure.
Yeah, I think
it's not overwashed either, which is good.
Yeah.
I think like added effects like blood on the hammer, give it some place. Something even another like having a little bit of red wouldn't hurt this composition for color.
Yeah.
And it would make it pop nicely. Again, having something stark against something like the metallics.
Yeah.
Especially being that he has red in the eyes, like having that red on the hammer or on the tips of some of these spears. Give them, he's in the thick of it.
Yeah.
Make sure it feels like it.
Yeah. This is another good use of contrasting colors for your
contrast.
No, when they're complementary. There we go. Complementary colors. I also, as Alex was holding this, I noticed that the brown, the mud of the base, has some green mixed in. And so I think that's part of what, like, the base looks very realistic, I will say.
Yes.
And I think that is a really, like, that definitely helps, because you kind of, like, notice the green and you're like, oh, yeah, that's why. Right? And so, yeah, really good job on this one.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess there is some red up here,
Yeah,
too.
like
Just
the chords.
yeah, I think just having one other place where there's red would kind of would help kind of bring that all together.
Yeah. Very cool model.
Yeah, I greatly enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. Thank you, Will.
Yeah, thank you, Will.
All right, and our last entry into sci-fi single is from Brandon, Corpseman.
Okay, I love the cap that it's sitting on. I have to like.
Oh, you're gonna have a special treat when we get to Joe's
Oh.
later because he has. Yeah, you'll see.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Anyway. The Brandon.
Again, some Tufts. Good job.
They win events.
Yeah, and there's
Even
some, like,
little flowers.
Little flowers. That's so cute.
Now, Brandon's been working on this on Tuesday night paint nights as of late.
Okay.
Been seeking advice throughout those nights as well, and I've been trying to help him along when I can. But I think he nailed it.
Yeah. So what you're saying is any critique we have is actually a critique of
No.
Kelsey?
No.
And not of you. Got it.
I think that's how it works.
I'm pretty sure.
But like one thing that he wanted to make sure that he pointed out was that the inside of the jacket was a different color versus the outside of the jacket.
It's definitely noticeable. Like
Yeah.
it reads really well that the jacket. I mean, even the collar of the jacket is the same color as the inside of the pinned up area near his knees.
Yeah.
So I mean, it reads as this is a jacket. Here's the inner lining versus the outer lining.
Yeah.
It reads really well for that.
Yeah.
I think that in a lot of this area, it's highlighting because it feels like there's not a lot of highlighting or there's not a lot of difference between out here. This is nice, but then like you turn around to the front and it feels very well lit without any shading.
Yeah.
Back here, it has some decent shading, but the shades are really close to each other, and so you have to kind of look at, okay, if I can't highlight or shade really heavily, then you start adding in things like weathering or powders or texture or something that makes it pop more, I would say. He does have a decent use of lighting on like the gun, but there's little things on the like this barrel area section that just doesn't have any, it's just black.
Yeah. Well, I feel like he did really good highlighting on the bigger portions, and then kind of where like the reds are they're well shaded right here, but then they just need to go up at least like 1 or 2 steps.
Yeah, I mean he pointed out in the bag that it has some decent like texture. It needs just a touch of like tan.
Yep.
To read as something.
One thing that I did mention to Brandon, especially when he was working on the inner liner of the jacket, and a tip that I learned from watching some of Ninjon's videos is if you think your highlight is just at the right level that you want it to be, take it one more step up.
Yep.
Because otherwise, it's when you do put a shade on it, it's going to dull it down, and it's not going to be the right color that you want in the first place. Or if you think it's going to be bright enough, then just take it one more step up. What's it going to hurt?
Yeah.
Like the cloth around the ankles just needs something more. It needs a bit of shading. I think it's highlighted nicely, but it needs just a bit of shading to read as like
To bring in those lines of the cloth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I do really like that you accentuated the buttons. That little dot really adds a lot.
I also think the gas mask is actually really well done.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You can tell where that crease line of the cheek line goes by.
Yeah. And I like the eye, like all the eyes are, I think they're just different enough, but also similar enough to where it really reads well.
Yes. And then the book. I'm glad that you took the advice on the book. You'd come back like, what can I add? What can I do? And I said, you need to add something in the book.
Yeah.
It's blank. He needs to be reading something, and I think you really nailed it for that.
How do you read through a gas mask, though? I feel like that'd be hard.
They're creatsmen. I don't know.
I don't know any of
Big
those.
letters.
I don't know any of those. Yeah, big letters. It's large print.
Yeah. Well,
Hey,
that's
Axel.
that's
Is that who taught you how to work computers?
Yeah, she taught me everything I know about computers.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
nice.
That's what Axel does. She does that.
Hi, Axel.
So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Brandon. We'll be right back with
Some swapping over here.
Swapping over. We're getting what, fantasy?
Fantasy single next.
So we'll be right back after these messages.
Yes.
All right. Anyway, see you in a bit.
Make sure you say how much you like me.
Mics are on.
Mike's on.
Mike's on.
Mike's.
Mike.
I think so.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Welcome back. We got our fantasy singles up here and ready to go.
Yeah, fantasy.
Fantasy.
None of these people are in a relationship. They're all single.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies.
All the single fans.
Yep.
So our first entry into fantasy singles this is called Goblin by Alex V.
Alex V.
Alex V.
Is this a goblin?
I think it's Goblin.
Pretty sure it's a goblin.
Looks like a Goblin King. It's wearing a crown.
Is that? No, that's not. Okay.
Yeah. That was me.
Okay.
It's definitely not David Bowie.
So. I have thoughts on this. I will let you start, though.
I like the color palette.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The color palette's really solid.
My initial thought was, it doesn't look painted, but it is painted. But the non-metallics don't read as strongly as I'd want. It almost looks like they're initially shaded, and that's it.
Yep.
You know what it kind of reminds me of is like the 80s art style, where everything was a little bit more muted, but still not as bright and vivid, but it's bright with the greens and stuff, but it doesn't stand out. It's like a flat color.
Yeah.
But it's flat. It's not. The metallics are just non-metallic enough that you can tell it was an attempt at non-metallic.
I think it's
So, for non-metallic metals, this reads like stone, right? It doesn't read. It reads like more like rock, and that's a common thing that happens with NMM. Usually, that is because you don't have enough contrast between your light and your dark. So with non-metallic metal, you want to go from a very dark gray, almost black, or if you're me, black. But I also know that I have a different style than most people. You want to go from a very dark gray to pure white. NMM is like one of the only times that you truly want to get that white all the way up to pure white.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the issue here is that it's still very gray at the highest highlights. You can see kind of at this, right on these little these knee pads, it does go up. But it also just, you want to then go all the way down. I do think you did a good job of placing the highlights right next to the shadows. That's a very big thing for NMM. But I do think that it's just overall, you do need to really make sure that the white reads as white, and like very high.
Same with the gold, because you can tell from like the chain on the pants to the crown to the shoulders, like the gold kind of reads as just a yellow, a mustard yellow.
Yep.
But it's not. It takes a little bit to realize, it's not supposed to be yellow, it's supposed to be gold. But it doesn't, it doesn't have the same reading.
Well, in non-metallic metal, silver is a different beast with non-metallic gold in comparison. As someone who's been trying to has fiddled with silver, but not as much gold, and it's a challenge to find that balance again with vice versa colors.
Yeah. Yep. But I think it does have the similar concept of you punch that gold up higher to a, I think like ice yellow is a really good NMM color. Again, you can go to a white, like in all NMM you want to go white or almost white. And then go down to either like some dark brown, I don't know, standard dark brown colors. But you really just, again, like a brown, almost black.
Yep.
Another thing to help with your steel I don't know, whatever gray NMM this is. I call it gray and yellow NMM.
That works.
But
It covers all bases.
yeah, because I don't know exactly. I mean, what if this was nickel? You never know. That'd be a choice.
No, I'd rather have a dime.
But something that helps is adding a little bit of blue into your silver NMM. Because silver is a very reflective material. It'll reflect something in the sky. Also, if you just like look around you, most of your silver does just have that tiny tint of blue in it. So I think that would have helped. Yes, I do agree that some basing would have.
It would have popped the model out a little more.
Yeah, some basing would have helped with that.
Yeah.
Which, again, it has highlights. Like the model itself has highlights to it. And like the skin looks good. The red on the back, like the red cloth or fur looks really fun. Like I think that it's a good application of that. But most of the model is NMM, so you're gonna be drawn to that immediately.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good attempt for it. A good start.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I like that. Some additional help on that would be good.
Nice job there, Alex.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice job. Thank you very much.
All right, we have Grohl by Hurtis.
Who dis?
Grohl.
Roll.
Grohl.
They see me rolling. Grohl. Oh, it's Grohl, not roll.
Grohl.
I can't read.
Yeah.
This is by Dave Grohl.
As just an initial, the skin is it doesn't look dark on the video, but it's quite a dark model overall. Some additional highlights would be really nice. It has that washed out texture that happens when you just hit something with wash and then you don't highlight afterwards. It doesn't exemplify those ridges.
Well, and getting those muscle definitions would really make that model stand out a little bit more.
Yeah, and you kind of need to have that you need to define those muscles, otherwise they just kind of get lost in the background. You don't have nearly as much definition as you think you do whenever you wash it initially. So, or when the wash is drying, because it is a little bit more bright in those moments. So.
Yeah, I also would have liked some type of highlight along the, so you can just like...
The pole arm.
Yeah, like just one little...
Yeah. I think that a lot of the model, other than the blade, I think the blade is nicely highlighted for the most part. The rest of the model just needs some additional highlights.
Yeah.
It needs to pop.
Yeah, and I'm going to give the same
Base
rim, the same rim critique, and kind of just base overall, highlighting kind of these rocks here, and then making sure that you cover your whole base. And just really, if you're going for that nice green, do 2 coats.
Yep.
Get because it's coming through a little bit.
And there's even some gold on there that's kind of shining through in a weird way. I don't know what's going on there. But.
Yeah, and it's kind of throughout the base.
And something that you might want to punch up is like the face. The face is really lost in the rest of the model, and I feel like the face should be really front and center for what you're after.
The face, the horns, and then the bristles on the back of his hair since it's the highest point.
Yeah, it should pop more than what it does right now. It doesn't read very brightly. It doesn't draw your eye. My eye is instantly drawn to the blade, and then that's it. I don't go anywhere else.
Yeah.
With it. So.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Other than that, I mean, it's a good start to a model.
Yeah.
No problem
Absolutely.
there.
And picking out especially all the little studs on like the leather bracers and stuff.
Absolutely.
So you do have that attention to detail there.
Oh yeah.
And all the colors work very well together.
Yeah. Just needs to be a little bit brighter.
Yep. So thank you very much to Hurtis. Thank you for entering that.
Our next entry.
Ooh, I'll talk about this one.
Oh man.
So this was before they asked me to be a judge. I entered this in.
Sam is disqualified.
Yeah. which is fine. We'll still talk about it. So
Talk about it.
I want to talk about it. Okay, so this is, what did I call this? Definitely not lost.
Definitely not lost.
I would say overall, this model could use more highlighting. For sure. I think there needs to, so I love lining my models, and it kind of gets lost here. And also the base is really boring.
You should have added them tufts.
I know I should have added them tufts. I did look for them. I could not find them. Yeah, but I think that I also don't like the NMM on the belt. The belt buckle.
I think it gets lost.
Yeah.
A lot of the model overall, in this case, especially with like the pan too, having a true metallic paint, I think would actually help in this regard rather than using NMM, because I think it's a lost. It's not as readable as NMM as it is if you did just a black metallic on the cast iron, and then like the buckles you just had a mid-grade silver.
Or even making a texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Putting some texture on a cast iron pan so it's not so flat.
Yeah.
Same with like the bed roll up top.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just not good with metallics, and so I didn't do it.
That's fair. I think
Not an excuse, just what it is.
This pack as well, like his, I don't know, Frodo's, Sam's,
Whoever.
Yeah.
Hobbit.
Hobbit one.
Token Hobbit one back here. Their pack is really nicely highlighted. Like I like all the texture, all the little details.
And
This
then,
pack just doesn't have as much that pops out, especially for a brown. That should feel like it should just really jump off of his back.
Yeah.
Especially with the other highlighting that's around.
Yeah, I also feel like the face is very, the skin tones are just washed out too. And especially with Leaning Hobbit #1, it kind of just gets lost.
Yeah.
And that's like really, that is the central part of the figure.
Yep. I don't know. So this is stylistic, I'm sure, but I don't know about black lining around the hair versus the face. It frames it in, but it feels, especially with the blonde,
That's
it
fair,
just it contrasts really harshly against Hobbit #2 in the back. It's not as bad because they have
Darker hair.
Darker hair, yeah.
But
Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
we're our own worst critics. So.
Yeah.
That's fine. Ooh, look, there's a spot I didn't paint.
Oh man.
Right there.
Yeah.
You know what? I will praise one thing: the wood grain.
The wood grain on the
post,
sign.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Skin tones.
Skin tones.
Awesome.
It also says "they're back again" on the posts.
See, that needs to be better highlighted.
It does,
It
100%.
needs to be gray instead of black.
It's fine.
You know, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not upset.
I'm gonna go cry now.
Okay. You have fun with
It's
that.
like, yeah.
All right.
As we've learned, crying is free action.
So
That's fair.
thank you, Sam, for entering, but then
disqualified.
helping us out and being a judge.
Yes, I appreciate you as a judge.
All right. Next we have Lee S again with Ranger.
Ooh.
Look at this
What
ranger.
was their other model? Can
They
you remind
had
me?
one in sci-fi.
Yeah.
It was the purple jacket, the sniper, full sniper.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted something to kind of,
Bounce off against.
yeah. I immediately really like this water effect. That's super cool. Very well done.
All right. My immediate thing is, though, if you're going to have water and they're going to be walking through it, a splash would be awesome.
There technically is one with the sculpt.
Oh, okay.
It's very, very small on that
Okay.
back heel.
Man, but you could just,
Oh yeah, make that like white.
yeah, have that splash be grimy.
Yeah, I
but
couldn't see.
white.
Yeah, can you see that?
Yeah, no, you can hardly see it.
Yeah.
It needs to be brighter than the initial color that's on the ground. But it just screams for it.
Yeah. I would say overall, kind of having more highlights. I know it's a dark model. They're probably underground, but
Yep.
still more highlights on it.
Well, and having just the OSL from the
I was gonna
lamp
say, yeah.
would really push that, as like the rest of the model is dark, but this is the only light source that you have.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think you would be able to get away with the rest of the model not being highlighted as much if you did that OSL effect. I mean, I feel like this model screams for OSL. I do like the fire effect inside of the lamp.
Yeah, that's really well done.
Yeah, I think it's well done.
Yeah, that is definitely well done.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the color composition is really good. As Golden Guys pointed out, there's a lot of motion on it. Like, there's a lot of momentum that this model carries. And
I also think they blotted out the colors very well on the model. They really paid attention to detail on all the brass on the model itself, the buckle with the gold, like all the golds are really well painted, and even changing the color for the key that he has, or even on the end of his sword. It's just there's a lot of attention to detail.
Yeah, the little things really make it stand out.
Yeah.
And you did a good job picking those out, for sure.
And I do really like the difference of the inner lining versus the outer lining on all the cloth.
Especially green to brown. It helps. It helps make it feel more rustic.
Yeah. I also really like the basing on it. Aside from the water, I also like the how the stone is highlighted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think, the one thing that this model needs is lighting. It needs a control in lighting. Either do OSL off of the lamp, or brighten up the model so that it's not as lost. So one of the two directions, whichever one. Personally, I think from a stylistic choice, having the lamp be the focus is the best way to go, because it is a central part of the model itself.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Love it. Thank you, Lee, for entering that model in. It's fantastic.
All right. Next one is The Last Flame by none other than James.
Oh, sorry. Did you want to hold
No, go for it. Go for it.
Do you want to hold it?
You can hold The Last Flame.
Final.
I don't know.
Humanity lost fire.
I like the stone on here again. That's really nice. Ooh, it has a little vine. That's cute. Don't mind me calling your models cute.
Awful cute. You know what? The one thing that I want to see off the base is more glow effect from the lava up to the stone.
Bring
a
it.
little bit, a very slight amount.
Yeah.
Bring in the fires of Mordor.
Same with the skin is really well executed, but there are parts where you can see that the paint kind of broke as it was being laid down and dried. So going through and making sure that your highlights are well established, as well as the base tones are there.
It's a very dynamic model.
It is,
yeah. Yeah, I think with, and I've worked with this texture paint before, and I think just adding, right, I feel like you could creep in some of that lava effect into kind of this black portion. I really like that the black is crept into the lava, but I think now you just need to go the other way around, because
or even having a red glow effect on the shores from that heat.
Yeah.
The residual heat would be helpful.
Yeah. I do think it looks a little odd that, I don't know if it's the color of paint you used or if it was something underlying, but the yellow is almost greenish.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think that's one thing that could, just making sure you use a more orangey, I guess, yellow, or I guess yellow's a primary color, isn't it? So a yellowy yellow.
Or brightening it up so that you have an underlying.
Or getting your pale yellow in and making it brighter.
Yeah.
Well, and I think that there's a underlying layer of some color, and that's what we're seeing come through.
Yeah.
That's what I was
Seeing
wondering,
Like
yeah.
the black or white or something that's behind it is what's showing through more than the yellow. The yellow is really transparent. So
Yep.
laying down an initial orange or a dimmer yellow or like a burnt orange would help bring that yellow up.
Yeah. I do really like the wraps on this guy. Those look very nice. I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
contrast in that
Oh
one.
yeah,
I'd say.
yeah. No, they pop nicely. The thing that I was going to mention was I think that the loincloth needs some highlighting and texture.
Yep, I was
to
going
it.
to say that. Yeah, and the texture's in the sculpt. So this is something that you could have just edge highlighted.
Right.
Or, just taking the side of your brush and highlighted that. And even on the back a little bit, yeah, that is more in shadow, but it still could use that highlight.
The transition with the flame to the smoke, it was very well done too. I think the blending is really well done on that.
Yeah, and in comparison to something before where we saw flames that you had mentioned, Sam, was the smoke becoming black, and this feels more. It's moving towards black, but it's not pure black.
Yeah.
So you don't lose that sense of its flame going into soot.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, they even could have put black on the end, and I still think it would have looked good. I mean, that's not a critique. Like, that's, I'm just saying, like, yeah, even if it's, like, pure black here, still, we have this nice transition. Although I do think I would have liked it to be a little bit more red in tone, but that's kind of more of a stylistic thing. I think it looks a little more brown or like a brick type of color.
Yep. The one thing that my critique overall is that the base, the stone needs more.
Yeah.
It needs more highlighting. It needs more greens. It needs something more to it than just. It doesn't feel highlighted. It feels base coated, a little bit of shading, and then that's kind of where it got left. I think the video has it better than in person.
Yeah.
So it feels much more highlighted in the video than in person.
I don't know what this little bit of rock is. Like,
The falling rock?
Yeah, it is, but like, it's just a weird part of the sculpt. I feel like because that's not how rock.
I think it's supposed to be a falling rock.
Yeah, it's because he has some falling rocks on the back part of the model too.
Oh, okay.
So it's like maybe that edge of the model or the rock had too much of a lip, and he put so much pressure on it that he's now breaking off, and then it's falling off.
Well, yeah, it's not this. It's literally just that little part.
That little square right
Yeah.
there.
Some highlighting from below would help.
Yeah, a white edge highlight would have propped that out a little bit, but
just like, yeah, I stared at that for a while, wondering if that was like a missed like sprue bit but no, yeah.
This is just James Workshop. This is Games Workshop's effort. This is all they do.
Tactical rock.
Tactical rock.
Yeah, well, I would say they failed.
Oh, wow.
My professional opinion is that they
Is
failed.
that Games Workshop failed?
Failure as a company.
Well, you know who didn't fail? James. James painting this didn't fail.
James did a
James
very good
Workshop,
job.
as you just called him earlier.
James Workshop.
Yeah.
James did a great job.
Yes, that was great. Thank you for entering.
All right, we are on to Alexander's The Judge.
That's not what I look like. Thank you.
Not even painted by me either. So,
Oh yeah, different Alexander.
different Alexander. This is a really cool model.
Yeah.
It has a very samurai movie vibe to it. From what my initial view was, it felt nice and highlighted. There was a good amount of color in place. The skin tones worked out really nicely. It's a little dark, in my opinion. I think her being in a snowy environment, the snowy environment could have added to her. So having a bit of water effects or snow on her, like on her cloak or something like that, where it got dragged across the floor.
It does move up onto the boot a little bit.
It looks
but,
like they added like footprints into the snow behind her.
Yeah.
And I wish that if you would have added a little bit of like depth to it with like maybe a light or like a watered down shade,
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
could show that she's just been walking in the snow and she just heard something that startled her.
Yeah.
To make her reach for her sword might really pop that out a little bit more.
My largest critique is that it feels very, very dark. The model overall feels very dark.
Yeah.
It's consistently dark, but it's just very dark. So additional highlights or pushing that mid-tone to a brighter mid-tone to make it easier to read.
Yeah.
Especially with like black or gray hair, a black, scabbard, black pants, a darker jacket. It all reads very darkly, and it just dulls it down a lot.
Yeah.
So
But overall, it's consistent.
it is consistent, but I just don't know where I'm looking.
Right. I
know.
agree.
So
Yeah.
I don't know where my eye is drawn to, that, other than maybe the red color on the jacket. But the brightest part of the model is the base.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I don't know. It's just the highlighting feels like the lighting doesn't feel that bright.
Well, and if you think about, when you're in a snowy environment, which I know none of us in Minnesota know about.
No, never.
Even at nighttime, because so whether this was set in the day or at night, sunny, overcast, whatever your lighting is, even at nighttime, right, we know that the nights are brighter because of the snow. Yeah, so I think it just it would help with the cohesion of the piece as well if you did add that.
Or even adding like blues to the snow.
Yeah. Something that helps that along.
Yeah.
For
Cool
sure.
model.
Yeah, very cool.
Very, very cool model.
Yeah.
I would love to see like a diorama where that was set in.
Yeah, good use of a
dual.
tuft.
Tactical tuft.
Tactical tuft.
Could put some snow on that. A little bit of
Like, how recent is this snowfall?
That's true. Something to think about.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
thank you.
Anyway, thank you, Alexander, who's not the one sitting next to me.
There's a lot of Alexes in this one because we've got an Alex coming up.
Do we?
yeah, we have another Alex.
Is this the same guy that?
I know, I just noticed that too.
Yeah.
What's
Anyway,
this?
we'll talk about it later. This is Alex V again, with a Warforged.
A Forged of War.
Forged of War.
I like the colors on this piece. I think that more blending would have really helped. I think the NMM on this one looks better
Than the
other
Goblin?
one.
Yes.
Yeah. And a big reason for that, right? That white does go up to a pure or a titanium white. And we go down to, that really dark gray that's almost black. So I think that works well. You also did have, I have a paintbrush. I don't know why I'm pointing with my finger.
Paintbrush.
So we do have, this is the only time I lick my brush. This one is an old brush that needs,
Clean.
it doesn't, it's my base coating brush now. But you see the white, the pure white is right next to black, which helps sell that effect more.
Oh, on his collar.
Yeah, on his collar, and then kind of anywhere that he has an edge. I will say something I didn't point out in the last one that I think would really, really help with this one. So with NMMs, or metallics in general, anytime, this is where edge highlighting really comes in, because you're going to want to make most, if not all of the edge into that white. If we think about metallic surfaces, once, if the light hits a point, I'll say, it will reflect the highest on that point. So that's one thing that could help sell this. I would have liked on some of these gold bits for it to have gone up to a little bit higher of a highlight as well.
brightness.
For sure.
And obviously the base could have been more added to the base to make it more into in its environment.
I wonder if these are D&D models, so that's why it doesn't have base in this, because they're
Probably.
supposed to be in whatever environment that they're
Sorry.
in, rather than whatever you might have on a wargaming table or something along those lines, or a diorama.
Yeah, I will say I like having bases on my D&D models. I used to not, as if you go and look at any of my old pieces I entered, most of them don't have a base. But yeah, I do think it still helps because they will be in some type of environment.
Well,
usually.
again, it depends on what you're painting it for, right? Like if you want the character to look more into its environment when placed on a board, then having it just be a black base isn't a big deal.
Yep.
But if you have it in a diorama or you're entering it into a competition, you should probably have your base in its environment that you want it to portray.
Something that I noted is like all of this front is really well, it's really well picked out and painted. But as soon as you flip it around,
It really flips.
No, I don't want to hear it. As soon as you flip it around and look underneath, there's buckles on the shoes that are painted. There's a lot of black here that's just primed and it doesn't have any highlighting at all. And I think that's missed because you can add a nice amount of color, even a gray swatch or stippling or something along those lines to indicate that it's painted and looked at, and add some texture rather than just being flat black.
Yeah.
So, same with like the haft on the Morning Star. It has splotches of color where you overpainted, but then it doesn't have any other highlighting on it.
Yeah.
And so there's no other painting on it. I think it's very directional lighting, but then it doesn't have any of the thought put into the underneath for painting. So adding some of that would be a really easy win for this model overall.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you, Alex.
Alex V, not Alex.
Not Alex H, not Alexander.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we are on to the next model, which is by Mr. Rob Seeley, Free Guild Marshal. Oh boy.
That's always what you want to hear when somebody looks at your model. Oh.
I haven't really taken a lot of time to look at a lot of these models as we've been processing them into the competition. So this is some of my first real hard looks at the model. Nice freehand on the shield. I will mention that.
Oh yeah.
That's a decal. Just gonna slap that right out of Rob's hands.
Sorry, you were probably still going.
Go for it.
I really like the metallics on this. The chainmail, that's hard to get. To get those, the metallics on only the top parts. I like the weathering on kind of the horsey. I like the muscle definition on the horsey as well.
It's not a Pokemon.
Musky.
Muscle. Is that
You said horsey.
No, ha. Also really well done on white. That's another hard color to paint.
The white doesn't it feels gray, but it also feels white, but it also feels brown, so it has that nice kind of cream color to it in the transition between, especially this top flag.
Yeah.
And the additional colored freehand on the flag.
Yeah, that's not a decal. I will say this gray portion here I don't know that it has any highlight or shadow or anything other than the base texture or base coat. Also, there's some blue that got onto there.
Oh.
So, points off.
Overall, the horse
like
is really well painted.
Yeah.
Like the defined muscles.
Muscles, yeah.
Muscles. I wish there was something more with the blue on the cloak because it's highlighted over here in the front, inside the underneath the fold here.
Yeah.
It's highlighted, but on the back, it's just kind of, it's not.
And you would kind of expect more highlighting to be on the back because it is facing the sun.
Yeah,
I'm assuming this is outside.
I would assume so.
Or at least the top part of it.
Yeah.
Like again, the skin tones are really well done. The metallics are really nicely done. I like the glove. This could have been highlighted a bit more, pushed up a bit more on the leather. I love the bags.
That looks so, like I want that bag.
Yeah.
Such a nice bag.
Nice bag.
It is a nice bag.
Looking between them though, I think that this bag is a much better painted bag than this one over here.
Yes, 100%.
It's more highlighted. I would have liked to see like this orange underneath.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Nicely. I would have wished that was somewhere else too.
Is that not the same part as this?
I think the complementary thing to do with that would have been to put an orange flower, maybe on the base.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Is that? Oh yeah, this is a cloth, and then that's just the saddle.
It's just leather.
Yeah.
I do like that this leather is nicely highlighted though.
And it has a little bit of texture put in as well.
It's painted underneath. Like it has all those points.
Yeah, I do agree that having an orange flower, just having somewhere else for that orange to be, would be really nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, nice use of complementary colors. I'm just gonna keep pointing this out.
It's all very well balanced.
Yeah. It's a muted color palette, but it's really well done.
Yeah.
And it pops highlights where you want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the base, but I agree. If these flowers would have been orange, it would have sold it. With that nice additional orange.
Use better flower tufts, is what Alex said.
Yeah. I wish that the highlighting on the holster here was a bit brighter.
Yeah.
Especially with like this kind of gold on the chest, having it up here. You know, it's even like back here. It's much better highlighted than on the bottom of this holster.
Yeah.
So
I like the highlighting on the black hair. Again,
I need to take notes.
it's like
there.
you do. Yeah, if you had highlighted
Take
like
some notes
this, I
from
would have
Rob,
said, like,
Alex.
good job.
You would have given me a gold star.
Yeah, just one.
Just the one star,
But yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Seeley.
Oh, that Rob Seeley. Close to the score.
All right.
Close it.
Down away.
We have Jace Marsh's Yndrasta, the Fallen.
The Fallen.
Little bit of a kit bash here.
Just a little, just a smidge.
Just a smidge.
Just replace your entire wing structure.
And adding a eye patch.
Yeah, I do like that eye patch. That's really cool.
That makes her evil.
Yes.
Oh, I
And
thought
the
she was a
molten
good guy.
and the molten sword and spear. You know.
Oh yeah, really well done on that. I really like that this is in a more desert environment.
Yeah.
Ooh, with a nice little scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab
That's
was added.
really
That's
cool.
nice. And then you got the zombie squirrel in the tree too.
Stop a squirrel.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I think. Oh,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think I would have liked more highlighting on this red cloak. Yeah, so I feel like this is. You can kind of tell this was painted and then washed.
Yeah.
And then I don't know how most people do it, but I feel like you always want to kind of go back in and touch up after you wash a paint, either through dry brushing or just adding a little bit in after, so that it doesn't. You don't want it to look washed.
Yeah.
So that's kind of one recommendation I have. Nice use of tufts. I feel like the more I look at this, the more details I'm finding in the kind of base, which is really cool. I'm going to give this over to Alex.
The base really does pop nicely. I like the crackle paint, the different colors, the tuft use, the color composition of the basing is really excellent.
Yeah.
The additional beetle, everything is picked out. I do feel like the cloak is odd because the black isn't highlighted.
Yeah.
There's red additions, but it's not highlighted, and the red on the cloak needs to be brighter, and so that the shading is much more defined.
Yeah.
The wings, I like the color of the wings. the color is there. I like the softness of the transitions between kind of that fleshy tone.
I do think that the black could be a little bit more highlighted.
Yes,
Get those muscle tones from those wings and define them.
Well, and it looks like they did, and then they washed over it.
Might have been a little bit too bright, and they washed over it again.
Well, yeah, I just think like everything got washed over, but it looks like, right, you can see some highlights.
Right.
But maybe I might be wrong on that, but it just like, to me it looks like they did that before and then they washed over and didn't go back over it.
Yeah, that could be. I do think that the texture on the blade, so there's actual texture on each of the blades, which is really cool.
Yeah.
It reads really nicely as like that magma,
Yeah.
molten kind of blade. So yeah, the skin is a little bright.
Yeah.
Reading it, this model has some areas that are really washed down and some areas that are just really bright and kind of flat.
Yeah.
So having some more definition on the skin tones would be really nice. Same with the silver on the metal.
Yeah.
It's just a little, just silver. It doesn't have any additional definition to it. So adding that in would be nice.
Yeah. I like the highlight on like this gold
Yes.
piece in particular. So that's the like two little squigglies in the front.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna define them.
I like the squigglies.
Yeah. And I think again, highlighting the red in here.
Yeah, they're
well.
almost gem-like.
Yeah.
So it pops in that gem kind of way.
I really like your stone for the basing. I like how you colored that and the wash over that. It actually looks really, really nice.
Yeah, an excellent entry. This is one of those models that if it could definitely stands out when it goes on the table.
Yeah.
For sure.
It pops so nicely. So thank you very much, Chase, for entering that model in.
All right, we have Mark Rupp up next with the model from Hate, the board game Hate, and it's called the Butcher.
Oh, I thought that they hated butchers.
No.
When you butcher things, you hate.
Now, Mark has entered in some other models from the board game Hate, and they were very, very well done, and he is not disappointed with this one either.
He walked us through in the Dwarven X Discord, and if you're not in the Dwarven X Discord, jump in. We'd love to talk to you there. But he walked us through how to do his skin tones, and it's a long, arduous process.
Wait, is that in? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to go find that after this. The skin tones look amazing, though.
Yeah, they're very, very well done.
Long, arduous process, but like
But
worth it.
Wow.
I think I would have liked to see at least some highlighting in the base.
Yeah, the mud's a little flat.
Yeah, I like the use of different browns and
Yep.
greens and stuff. I just think we would want a little bit more highlighting there. Yeah.
Brightness.
I also, sorry to interrupt, I also really like the tone, like, they toned the non-metallic metal silver into a red where it's like it's been cleaned multiple times from all the blood that they've done, but it's stained that way.
Yeah.
And it like really sells on the model.
I do think that kind of on that NMM type of thing, a little bit more smoother blends would kind of help with this, and I think there's a good job here on this chain of the definition, but just going from, it's very bright on all of these.
Yes, it's very bright.
And so I think having more darkness. Also, I mean, with each of these individual links, you would want, and it takes forever, I know, but you do want to go from, maybe a dot of a highlight and transition down into your shadow. So again, I think your NMM is just a little too bright.
Which is weird because like on the shoulder up here, it reads nicely, but then like these gauntlets and this, it's just super bright.
So it's, like I think, this was well done. I actually might have wanted to see this go up a little bit more, but it still reads. very
it's
well in light.
Like some of these areas are really dull.
Yeah.
Dulled down is in like the light isn't hitting them, and having a nice metallic where unless she's under a spotlight, you'd want it to be a bit darker so that it's not as reflective.
Yeah. Yeah, and again with NMM, you want, we have these bright spots, but we have, this face is bright. You want to have your dark right next to it. Your darkest darks. So it's done on this side, kind of. But like right here is a good example. So we have our white, we have a nice black, but then it's lost on this side. So you want this side to also be black as well, and that'll help it read as metallic.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I love this little gore bucket, and I really love the
fur coat.
The fur coat, yeah. Although even like down here, maybe highlight that a little bit.
Yeah, and if you're gonna have because I feel like there's a transition of powders between these two locations, but it feels like it has a really defined terminus point, and it just needs a bit more dust going up so that it feels more natural rather than just kind of cutting off.
Yeah. Going back to NMM, this on the back, this chain is like a perfect example of your NMM.
Oh, on the back.
Yeah, just like between this. The NMM actually just kind of on this back part with the fur is really good.
I want to make sure that the stream didn't die.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that the stream or is that us? I can check on my thing as well.
No, it's not us.
Oh, okay, you have it up. But yeah, so I think the NMM on the back is nice. I mean, I do think these little chains these hooks over here might be. I would have the same critique as before. I love that the blood is spilling out. Like that's
actually. So going back to the gore bucket, I'm glad that there's like flesh tones in there. It's not just a bucket of blood. There's like gore and gross and different skin tones, and they're blotchy and all that. There's definite choices being made for color palette that really work together. Like the purplish pink on all the metals, the gore having tone, the hair.
The hair looks really nice.
Yeah, like overall, the entirety of the model just has this quality to it.
Yeah.
There's nice greens that are in multiple different places, so it's not just a singular location where you're having a single color that helps make it pop more. And the more you look at this model, the more there is to study and really get involved with it. So I really like it.
I really like it too.
It's
I think
great piece.
Having the
wood brim.
The wood rim, like that's great choice on that as well. I think it helps it be like a display piece, or you could use it as a gaming model. I mean, I'm not judging you.
Okay.
I guess I am.
You are judging, actually. That is your job.
You're judging, but you're not judging.
Yes.
But you are judging.
Yes, exactly.
Well, we had Sam wax poetic about non-metallic metals. So, any thoughts from you, Kelsey?
I know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I think it looks really good.
I like it. It's fun. Thank you for another amazing entry, Mark. See, he keeps drip feeding us these models when he comes out with them, and they're all amazing every single time. And we're like, I just want to see them all now.
I think that this is our first time we've had Conquest models in the Dwarven Axe. I could be wrong, but this is from Zachary, and it's a Priory Commander. It's a much larger scale in comparison to Warhammer.
It's so big.
What scale is this?
Like 75?
Is it?
It's
Hand me mine.
Is your 75?
Mine's 75. This might be 50.
Oh, it might be 50. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 50 millimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
We know which one's mine. So you don't need to keep. I think the red could be highlighted. Really, that's
It's a good start.
38 millimeter?
There's no way.
That's
I mean,
such an odd.
yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that.
How
You're
dare you.
wrong. No,
I will say that
Person that
it's a
painted this,
very
how dare
good
you.
start for painting. Like everything is base coated really, really nice and shaded.
Yeah.
But I think where you're going with it, it does need highlights.
I think so. There's this nice gold.
Trim.
Thank you. Yep, trim. I am not good with words. I think having, because it kind of bleeds in, the red bleeds into it and it bleeds
Yep.
into the red. One easy way to cheat that is to line that. And it'll help define that edge between the gold and the red. And it also helps with brush control. Fun
Fun fact.
yeah, fun little fact there. But I do think, just because you'll have a seam there with the threads, so it will have a bit of a line anyway in the IRL.
That's
But,
fair.
yeah.
The one thing that I will point out, and I've done this too, I'm well practiced with having this suffering, is that because you have to bleed over it, you need to put a brown down to be, so that you don't get that bleed between from red to gold. Because if you just put gold right over red, it will show through.
Oh, yeah.
It'll show through every time. Putting down an initial brown helps with that. I wouldn't do black because black is too stark. Doing a brown gives it a nice transition point between the two, between red and gold. And being that brown is a base coat for between red or gold,
Yep. Yeah.
it works out nicely.
Yeah.
But yeah, to Kelsey's point, I think that it's nicely highlighted, or it's nicely base coated. Like this initial model, and we'll see it in a future for a unit. It's the base coat's all there. It's ready to go. Like this, after you add highlights and shadows to this, it'll sing. But as an initial point that we're talking about right now, it just has it's just base coat, or it just feels base coat.
Yeah.
Other than the base has so much movement and so much momentum to it.
Yeah, I love it.
Horses riding through a field.
Yeah. Yeah, like that tough. Yes, yeah. We both.
It just it looks like it just got squished right under that hoof, and it looks great.
Yeah. I do think I would have liked to see, we have these little metal biddies here. Kind of just something that defines more between the two, between each piece.
Yeah.
Which, it could be highlighting, could be some more shading as well. Could be lining. We all know I love my lining.
Yep. Some watered down black ink does a world of good. So it's such a cool model. It has such good momentum to it.
I like the face.
The face part.
Yeah. That's really cool. And I like that it's a little bit different of a color, but it's still, it's right a more coppery, brassy color.
Yeah, and it matches the eye covers between them, so there's that nice differentiation between. You're very specific in where you want your colors to go, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a great practice point. So, but adding some texture onto the saddles, onto the cloth, especially being that it feels ripped in areas, you can add some really cool textures to this.
Yeah.
I think this is a great start to a model.
Yeah.
Well, and with it being such a larger model in comparison to most other things like Warhammer, you can have a lot of fun with doing calligraphy or anything on the cloaks and the banners and stuff like that.
Yeah, you got a lot more room to build things into.
Yeah.
Some definition between the haft and the metal on the gauntlet would be nice.
Yeah.
The lance.
Some blood. Always just want some extra blood on there.
So remember, all your competition pieces, put tufts and blood, and then you'll get first place.
I think that's how that works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
That's how it goes.
All right. That's currently the last entry into Fantasy Single.
Fantastic.
Now we're going into fantasy couples.
Well, actually, I think next is unit. So
It is.
See, fantasy couples.
Fantasy power couples.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back, guys. Thanks much.
That'll work.
All right.
Ready?
Yep.
I'm live.
Back.
I'm live.
You're live.
I don't know how to hold this. How do I pick it up?
Very carefully.
Base.
Our first model that we have here, as soon as we get to it,
Skeletons.
is Jesse with spooky, scary skeletons. Send shivers down your spine.
It's almost spooky season.
It is. I'm so
The
excited.
PSL yelling in the background.
So
Oh no.
Now you go ahead.
She's coming in hot. She's coming in fast.
After you.
no. Tell. What were you gonna
I
say?
gotta go.
Just
Show
no. I want to hear what you say.
I was gonna say that. First of all, I feel like there's a lot of consistency between these models, but I do think I would like to see a little bit more edge highlighting
on the blades.
on the blades.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's about the blades that I really am missing in
Yeah.
the initial look.
Yeah, I love the color contrast on all of them.
They're very well painted.
Yeah, I think I would have also liked to see a little bit more on.
Highlighting on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
The NMM looks really good. I really like it.
Almost bone-like.
Sure.
We'd like to have fun here, folks. Okay.
In all
Also-
honesty, I love the basing. I think it's really well done.
Yeah.
It is a diorama to the core.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
I love it. The bones are really well painted.
Yeah.
The blue is really good. There could be additional highlighting. Pretty much most places, on the shields, on the
Tops of the shoulders.
on the shoulders. By the way, I want to take a moment. Bliss, Axel, stop picking on me, okay?
Keep picking on Alex, please.
Don't
He
pick
doesn't. He doesn't get enough picking on Alex. Wait,
No,
Alex. Yeah. I can't talk.
No, Axel, don't give me the spray bottle. No, that's not okay.
Oh my gosh! Can we get one?
No, I don't need my online friends to bully me in real life through you. I don't need that.
Why not?
Anyway, this model overall, I love the composition. I like the colors. I like the contrast between the red and the blue. It's not blatant and blaring between the harsh bright blue and bright red. So it has this muted tone between them.
There's tufts.
There's tufts.
There's tufts.
There's tufts.
There's a little thingy-majig sticking out here.
A little twig.
Yeah, I like that. I will say, bone is another color that's hard to pull off. So
Yellowish, brownish cream.
yeah. So really good job on that. Okay, I know I complimented your gold NMM, but the silver could use a little bit more. Kind of those, really just the same comments that I've been saying, but we have really nice highlights going up to, a white, almost white, but I think you need to go down a little bit more to a darker color and it'll read more as NMM.
Yeah.
Instead of this looks almost stonish type of thing.
Yeah.
I think the wraps could also. I didn't even notice that these were wrapped. So
Sorry.
what are we laughing at?
I don't know what he's giggling at.
I'm laughing
people
at
are back.
chat.
Sorry.
No, whatever.
So I didn't even know that there were wraps on here. So that would have, just picking out those edges of those wraps would be something small to help.
But a big thing with unit is just the consistency of it, which is all very consistent.
Yeah.
I was going to say the entire model feels consistent between amongst itself.
Yeah.
So even if you didn't have the additional highlights here and there, it's consistent across the board. All the blades are consistent across the board. All of the gray is across the board the same.
Yeah.
And it's well executed in that way. So additional highlights across the board wouldn't go amiss, but it doesn't take away from it. Oh, there isn't silver NMM. It's supposed to be stonish. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It reads like stone.
Then
Then you did a good job.
Yeah.
I will state though, exorbitant to Docker. I can't read, man. Names are bad for me. The symbol on the banner means something more. If it's I mean, you have it as a gray, and it is highlighted in a way that you can read it, but having it be a black or a purple, maybe like a purple would go really well here too. Something that pops it a bit more against the other grays or the other stones or the other metals. Just something to add to. But I mean, that's my biggest critique is probably the banner. Something to pop on the banner.
Yeah, maybe putting a little of a highlight there.
Yep. Love it though. It's such a cool model.
Yeah.
Very well done, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you, Jesse, for entering that in. That's awesome.
All right, our next entry here is Logan
Am I
with
supposed to pick these up
the
all at the same time?
Nurgle Legionaries.
I do like that we can grab basically one each and look them over. Ooh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
I mean, you hit- Who dis?
This is Logan H.
We have a lot of Logans and a lot of Alexes.
But only one Sam.
You're the only Sam we need.
Yeah, please don't have any more of me.
Yeah. First real attempt at cloth, so I tried to play it real safe. Also think, yeah, absolutely. It reads really nicely as cloth, so I have no real complaints there. But
Yeah.
Absolutely. But hopefully we help. So Logan.
Oh, I thought that was for this one. That's it. Yeah. No, the cloth texture is really good on the other. Yeah. No, that.
The cloth was really well done on the on the skeletons. The not Necrons, or
Those are bones.
Osteo Bone Reapers.
Bone Reapers.
So I apologize. I do play both, or I play both sides of the faction, or AOS and 40k, so it's mixed. One thing I will point out is the one that Sam just grabbed is not dry brush in comparison to the rest of the bases. They don't have. It doesn't have that white powder dry brushed on it.
I think this one doesn't either, but this one. Oh, I guess it
There's
does
a little
bit. Yeah,
bit.
you're right. As I put it down.
The main thing that I come away from with these models is it feels very washed out.
Yeah.
Overall, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of highlighting. There's some, but it doesn't punch up. There's a lot of wash, a lot of pooling in areas. It could use like just an additional dry brush layer above that would pop it. Yeah, like the teeth, the bones, especially. The tongue coming out of like this dude's chest, it's kind of black. It doesn't have that punch up of color that you're looking for from like just reading.
Yeah. Also, that it was in like the best way possible.
It's Nurgle. If you say ew, you've done it right.
Yeah. So, just want to make sure. I like the little bits of I don't know what it's supposed to be, but liquid. That's a really nice touch to the bases.
Yeah. It reads as grind.
They even added like clear gloss on the bottom of this cloak on the back. Like it's been drugged through.
Yep. It's a nice touch. Yeah, like the environment is going up onto it.
Yeah, I'd really like that a lot.
Yeah, that helps kind of make it define a place, make them put into a location.
I do really like the color composition of all of these. Like, it does seem very dirtied down, grimy, gross.
And it's all consistent throughout all of them.
Yeah, like having that highlighting would really add, but like overall this composition's really nice. Like I don't want to touch any of these with a 10-foot pole.
That's Nurgle.
In the best way possible.
Yes, in the best way possible. One thing getting a little picky about these two that have the glow effect on them. So with OSL, you want your
Thank
source
you, Joe.
of light.
Joe told us to hydrate. We're hydrating, Joe. Thank you.
Oh, I'm the person in the middle. That's
you're
so
the person in the middle.
exciting. That's how I shall be referred to as from here on out.
This is Sam.
No, I'm the person in the middle.
In the middle.
So when doing OSL, you want your source of light to be you want it to be higher than what it is going on to, and that'll help it read as OSL.
Yeah.
So that's kind of my one critique. Also, you can, I don't know if it's purposeful or not, but you can see the like white inside, and it doesn't necessarily read as purposeful.
Yeah.
So if it was, then maybe just, kind of work on getting that into, like if you got that white into kind of where these black pieces are, that would really help, I think. But it's consistent.
Yeah, it is consistent. Yeah, having it as the bright point, whatever is your object needs to be the brightest point, and all that you need to do for these models is add that white consistently, and then probably add another layer of that red, and then have that kind of red and white on top, so it reads as this burning bright point. So,
and if you do like an underpaint of white, it'll make that red pop more.
And then just make sure that you edge highlight with where your closest highlight is to that object source lighting. Because then it'll really stick out on the model more.
You can't just dry brush the outside of it and make it feel, or airbrush the outside of it to make it feel like this is where the glow is happening. You need to be purposeful on how bright this is, and then move back towards the initial source.
Right.
Brighter and brighter towards the source. So.
Yeah. Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh, the head coming out of the knee,
Yeah, that's like really good job on kind of that transition there. If I'm picking, I just picked out one single model, but like.
It's funny because every other model, if you're like, this is disgusting, this looks horrible.
That's
like,
Nurgle.
Every other one, that's a terrible compliment, terrible thing, but in Nurgle's case, it is a compliment.
Yeah.
It is ugh.
Yeah.
I don't like this at all.
Yeah. So.
Well done, Logan.
Well done. I really like these,
Yeah, well done. So who do we got next?
We have
we've never heard of.
Mr. Seeley himself.
Who did?
Mr. Seeley with Luther's Chosen.
Who's Rob S?
Oh, sorry. Did you want a model?
I would love a model.
The NMM on this is great. Love it.
These are cool. Like these are in line with Rob's really skillful at capturing the color of cream, as well as adding additional colors. Are these 3D prints? They gotta be. These are not original GW models.
Oh wait, censored.
What's that?
I just said, Rob, you could have taken it. Censored me.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. Well, it's a compliment.
Weird.
The powders are really masterfully done on this. Ooh, you should have highlighted these feathers on the
Oh, yeah. Points off. I just love, like, looking at Rob's minis. It just, like, makes me realize how smooth of a coat you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all freehand?
No, that's a decal.
Okay.
I want to point out that
free. I think the arrows.
That's a decal.
There's OSL from the candles on the shoulder pauldron.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. Yes, I got the $20. Don't worry.
Joe, don't worry about that.
I do love, again, like getting that environment into the model. I wish that there was a little bit more highlighting on the little ropey things. Kind of just on the weapons in general, it seems a bit flat.
I will mention that looking at all of these models together, though, they're all very consistent. Like, it's not like one sticks out more than the other.
Yeah.
The lighting on these are fantastic.
The white on the helmets really stick out, and they're very clean white.
That's so cute. A little banner.
The non-metallic metal on the axe is really well done.
Mm-hmm. Although I do find it interesting that only one of the pieces has, like the other ones have metallics.
Yeah.
So if we're talking about unit and consistency, maybe, yeah.
No, these are all
These
true
are-
metallics.
Yeah. But,
It is an interesting choice, being that the rest of them have metallics, but the one has non-metallics.
yeah. The non-metallics are executed well.
Yeah, they
Just-
are. But it would have been nice for consistency to have them universal. So the decal work is phenomenal.
Yes.
Across the board, there's small bits of freehand everywhere.
The weathering.
is really well done. It's really done. I like the inclusion of different colors.
He also did the powder, the weathering powders on the feet.
Yeah. I also really like that you actually painted the back of your shields and didn't just leave it black.
Yep.
That's a nice piece. One thing I would have liked to see a little bit more is some highlighting on the black parts.
Yes.
It looks like everything else has really consistent highlighting, and then you get to the black and it's black.
Yeah, and it's
There's a little bit of
there's
highlighting,
a little
but
bit of
like-
highlighting, but it's not as bright. We did touch them with like a powder, so it helps accentuate that color.
Yeah.
But a little more would have helped. I think that it's just enough battle damage to read as used, but not super clean.
Yeah.
The candles on the shoulder are a little weird because there's like a red behind it, but it almost feels like a blood red rather than a flame color. Man, the grill.
Yeah, the brass trim is really well done.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the grill is like really well executed because you can see through it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's just a cool detail. These all have a lot of character between them. They're all
Yeah.
kind of unique in their own way.
Yeah, I do really like that. It's cohesive but also unique.
Yeah.
But like, they have their uniqueness, but they're not standouting
Yeah.
enough that it's like that shouldn't be in that unit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a unit you could throw down, as the kids say.
Exactly.
Well, you can toss them down as individual characters or have them as a cohesive unit so that it feels like they're all unique in their own way.
Right.
So
Well done, Rob.
yeah, well done, Rob.
What's the next one?
We have Jace with the Windswept Corsairs.
It's not. Yeah. I love that it is a mix of Eldar, Dark Eldar, and Harlequin bits all thrown into one. So
Yes.
it's great. You know these words.
These are words,
These are words.
that you are using.
They're space elves.
Species.
I love the hair on this. Oh yeah. It says,
Heckin' metal, bro.
I know, right?
Punk rock.
I think I would have liked to see more highlighting on these. They look a little flat. Ooh, although I do really like the fur on this one is really good.
Yeah, the cream on the inside of the cloaks are really well done. The leather bits are really nice. Skin tone could use a little bit more to it, but yeah, the white is just it needs more.
Yeah, I guess for the white it would be shading instead of highlighting. But also your washes, I can see it on your model from here as well, have pooled a little bit. So just making sure to clean up those washes or use layering if you hate yourself.
They do be like that though.
Takes forever, but
does.
it looks great.
The decal work is really good.
Yeah.
Good use of decals.
Every model has a tuft.
That does help. It sways my opinion.
Some even have tactical rocks.
I know. I think they all do actually.
Hey, a
Something
good
that looks like
tactical
it.
rock helps.
Yep.
I will point out that the brass on these, like the little ends, it's too bright, especially opposed to the rest of the model. It's really bright. They did pick out the eyes. The eyes are painted.
Yeah, and these are small eyes. Yeah, so like really good job. And they got the the dark lining, the white, and then the pupil, which
The faces almost remind me of Mad Max a bit.
yeah, they do.
Yeah, they actually do. It's very Mad Max.
One more time.
Mad Max inspired.
Mad Max-esque. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the little the phoenix coming off of the dude's arm is really
Oh, I didn't even see
cool.
that.
Like, yeah, each one of these, as a unit, feels very unique. They all have their own specific
Oh,
character
he has
that
a little.
they're going for.
Look at that. There's an eye mask and like almost like a little scar. Although
Oh
the
yeah.
scar goes a little.
Okay,
high,
so there's
but yeah.
little details like that that really make it pop. So
Yeah.
when you're sitting back 3 feet, they all have, it's a cohesive unit. And they all have their individual characters. But then once you start getting closer, like there's details on each one. That's really nice. Yeah, like this white is really well highlighted. This guy's armor is really good.
Yeah.
Although there is a seam line right here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
I would
that
never.
colors did.
I'm the worst at seam lines. Yeah. One thing I actually didn't notice until just now is that all of these, they have trim on the cloaks.
Yeah, they're all edge highlighted.
Highlighted. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's subtle touches like that that really make it really subtle. This blade also is really cool.
Yeah.
And then there's like this,
The free hand of the electrical, yeah.
that's really cool freehand. I would like to see a little bit more highlighting on the blade edge.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I like the variety of hair colors, but they don't stand out enough to where it's like, okay, this is an individual person. They're individual, but in total, like in a cohesive unit, they still look the same in a way that it's not like they're completely standing out.
yeah, speaking as from going from a competition paint judge here to like an army paint judge at like a tournament, this is a unit that I would pick up individual models and go, wow, okay, cool, and then I would put it back and I'd pick up another one and go, okay, yep, these all have like really unique. You've paid attention to them, you've put time into each one, so that it's not just I airbrushed this entire top and now it's done.
Yeah.
You've taken time and effort into making them feel individual, and so from an army standpoint, I'd be like, yeah, these are really cool.
Yeah.
Picking up an individual model, just a random, awesome, crush it.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
I really like the little, I don't know, staple-y things in here. Good job on highlighting those and not highlighting, but like putting the metallic on and not getting it onto
yeah.
the cloak. That's not easy. Again, more freehand.
This
I
blade
don't
is
know.
so cool. Feels like rock.
I was gonna gonna say if this is rock, like that's cool. If this is supposed to be metal, then but I think it's supposed to be rock.
I think it's supposed to be like a sharp rock.
yeah, so
Almost
that's
look like a marble.
slate. Oh, I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Like a slate.
Or slate. Slate would work too.
What did she say? Granite?
It's a rock.
It's a rock.
Took it for granted.
Okay, so next
I'm
one.
leaving. That's it. I'm done.
Oh, come on. All right.
who do we got next?
Thank you, Jace. So our next one is Will with the Soul Burnt.
Make sure not. Ooh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Got to take a look at these, taking pictures of them, and there's so many little details and freehand, and the color palette choice is really cool. The purple to the yellow is really well done. The molten kind of feel to them.
Yeah. Yep.
This is a good use of texture, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like this like hand that has the like mouth and glow in it.
Even the black is highlighted nicely. The metals have some reflection coming off of them.
The molten bits are gorgeous. I'm gonna have the same critique on that one as I do other ones, which is so if you look at the NMM on that, we have NMM and then we have metallics, and it doesn't look right when you have a non-realistic effect with the realistic paints.
Yeah, it'd be better like you have true metallics up here, and it'd be better to have that down here.
Yeah.
And it's not metallic. I can see that.
Yeah, the NMM is well executed though. As I really like these chains as well. They're a little messy, but overall they look really nice. have this.
Some additional highlighting in some areas, like especially underneath the shoulder pad, would be great. Some of the wires or the pipes could be a little bit better highlighted, but I mean, it's a minor nitpick on that.
Yeah. I do think. Oh.
Some consistency between the moltens on like the backpack would be good, especially with brightness.
Yeah.
Or having the piping. The piping's molten on this one, but it's not on this one. Yeah. So some stylistic choices, but
I was gonna say this sword is a really good example of not using texture paints, but still getting that. Oh, hold on. Let me.
Yeah.
I'll
Thank you.
take care of that. Yeah, molten effect.
I was gonna say the
Yeah, I'll get it.
doing your
Yeah,
moderation.
my mod duties.
mod duties. I will say,
Oh, you got it. Perfect.
nice,
Yeah.
Thank you. So the molten effect on the sword, I think, could be pushed a bit.
Yes.
Because having too much black dulls it down and it makes it feel less molten and more just black. So having that accentuated yellow would be better.
Yeah, but we do have. It does look textured though.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
So
Yeah.
I think that's
It's
more.
a minor nitpick on it.
Yeah.
For sure.
But they are all very consistent in their paint styles.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, overall, I love the color palette though. So on one of them, I think it's this guy, like the back foot, the color of the purple is different on the armor than it is on the base, except for, I think it's that guy, like it might be one of them. It feels like the armor and the base are the same color.
I think it's this one.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
armor and the base are the same color.
Yeah.
And like the rest of these, I really like that they're different purples, so that you can see them.
Yeah.
But in this instance, it just doesn't. It doesn't have that. Like on that one guy, it doesn't. But the rest of them do. So
Yeah.
I would like to see that consistency translated to that one guy.
Right. But still very well done, Will.
Yeah. Yeah. Will, these are awesome. Like they pop.
Yeah.
All right. Our next entry is from Lee. And we have the Anvils, which are some Stormcast
It's
Eternals.
a good band name.
The Anvils.
I like the bases. Immediately, it's a different kind of stone, I would say. This one is creeping on a little. Yeah. I would say just clean up the rims of the bases a little bit.
Metallic is highlighted and washed.
Yeah, I do like this like blue in the metallic. Like this one at least has blue in the metallic,
Yeah.
which is really nice.
To differentiate the kind of metallics it's supposed to be. Yeah, like the cloak on this guy is or gal is highlighted. The skin tone's a little washed out, but it's more of a stylistic choice. It feels than just trying to paint a flesh. I think that the palm is better on this guy.
Oh yeah. I will say the black consistently can get a little bit more highlighting on it. Really, also I think the non-metallic colors, I'll say, can really have a little bit more highlighting on them. I do see that there is like a little bit of an attempt made, but just you can highlight black with white. Like, don't be afraid to push your black highlights. As long as most of the black surface is black, it will still read as black.
Or even if you wanted to mix in like a light lavender, that also helps read your highlight without actually being completely white either.
Oh yeah, this is really interesting. Wait, oh, that's a mask. I was
Yeah.
like,
It's a mask.
okay.
Same with like seam lines. There's a lot of seam lines on like the shoulders
yeah.
going down. Be careful with that. I do like that the metallics read as metal, but they are textured. They have tone to them. Maybe some additional highlights on like the hafts or the shields or the blacks and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot more that you can do with this army or this unit.
Yeah. I do like the little attempt at a map on this one.
It does need to be a bit more to it though.
Yeah.
'Cause it feels a little muddled.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
shiny.
Yes, yeah, I do. I definitely agree, but I like that it's not your like, it's not a standard just little lines.
Yeah.
It's you try to make a map, and that's really
Yeah, it's parchment. You're reading something specific other than just parchment. Yeah, for sure. I like it.
Good stuff.
These units.
yeah.
It's inspiring me to work on my Stormcasts. Gotta get them done.
You concur. You're working on Stormcast?
I am working on Stormcast.
You are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
All
what
right.
it's from.
And last
It's Warhammer.
for our
Oh,
last
for
entry for
Warhammer.
unit is from Zachary. We got
We've
the
seen these before. I've seen this one before.
Crimson Tower Knights.
Oh, is this the same as
Yeah.
the other? Oh, okay. So I feel like we're gonna have a lot of the same
Yeah, the same critiques.
critiques. I think so these horses. One, there's definitely a fairly noticeable seam line on this, but
Egregious.
egregious. It's just noticeable. It's not egregious. I've had an egregious mold line before.
You have.
Usually I do. It's a stylistic choice. But I do think the fur on here could be, and really kind of I don't want to call it skin, but the parts of the horse that have the like more furry, but the less furry
Gotcha.
portions. They could be highlighted a little bit more. Again, you can tell this was washed.
Yeah.
And so, see, really like them.
Yeah.
Everybody likes their seam lines. This back hair, could have some more definition.
Yeah, I think the overall takeaway is that this is a really good like start to the model itself. So
Right.
You could make it more than what it is right now.
Exactly.
It just there's just not a lot of highlighting, but there's a lot of just base tones that have an initial start that have a good tone to them. I do wish, like this one specifically, the eye covers on the horses and like the helmet up here, keep the consistency with that copper.
Yeah.
Because that was really cool. That drew, I think, all of us in initially was that coppery tone, specifically covering the faces. And it's not like on this guy, it's all gold. And I'm like, I'm kind of missing that. It's that coppery tone.
One, I think it would pull all of the models together.
Yeah.
As well.
Because I'm assuming that they're all one unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Conquest is a really interesting, like I said, with the scale, you can do a lot with this, like how big these are.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I feel like these are like I kind of like this scale. It's like not standard, obviously,
Yeah.
but like I feel like it's small enough to where you can get away with stuff, but then big enough to where you can add stuff, right? Like
It's
yeah.
it's chunky. It's
Yeah.
Warhammer-ish, or not Warhammer. It's Warcraft-ish.
Yeah.
Yep. More words.
Warcraft, Diablo,
Wormcraft.
words.
Yeah. I thought Diablo was a computer game.
It is. So is Warcraft.
All right. Well, thank you again for entering these in, Zach.
Zach, I don't want to move away from these so quickly, but I think that a lot of the critiques that we had from the previous just
Your
single
fantasy
model,
entry.
yeah, it just holds true through these, the unit. So
They do read as a unit, though.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
like that. I love the colorful, like this basing again is just. I really love it.
it feels like a meadow.
Yeah, it does. Like, I don't have, like, I don't know. I feel like it's just. I love the inclusivity of the flowers, the inclusiveness, very inclusive basing. But yeah, it looks like a meadow. There's clearly dirt under it and stuff too. Like it's just really well done.
Yeah, I think the thing that shines the most right now is the basing.
Yeah.
It really does. Like you nail the feeling of them riding through a meadow.
Yeah.
Flowers blooming, all that kind of stuff. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep up the good work.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really excited to see kind of the next step when you.
Hey, you know what, Zach? Sorry to cut you off, but have the next competition coming up in November, so don't feel like this is the only one. So hopefully we'll see you at the Renegade Open for that one. So.
For sure.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say I'm really excited to like if you highlight. If you kind of work on that highlighting on some of these, like I'm actually really excited to see what you're gonna bring in.
Yeah, absolutely. So love to see more about those.
Yeah,
For sure.
Anyway, it's lunchtime.
It is lunchtime, so we are going to take at least a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds.
At least 2 minutes.
Scarf down some food, so we'll be back after that.
With his,
what's
I believe it's historical. That's next.
Okay.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
We have more than one entry in this. So.
Ooh, that's exciting.
We got the store owner coming over to look at these birds, coming over to check them out.
He's gonna break them all.
Yeah. Don't do that. It's bad.
Yeah, Alex would know.
Yeah.
I would have broken a fair amount of models in my day.
Yep.
But yeah, we will be right back. Thank you for your patience.
Stay tuned, and hopefully we'll see you back here.
Sure. Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
Mike and Ike.
Chatter.
A lot of chitter chatter.
Chitter chatter.
I need to refresh
Hello,
my
hello,
thing.
hello.
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 New phone
What's up,
this.
me?
We are back at it again at the Forge.
At the Forge with the Forge.
So our next model of entry, we are in historical category. And we have
my
John
bad.
here
How could you?
I don't know why it keeps turning.
with Private A.E. Haven, July 1st, 1863.
Ooh,
Down to the day.
I know.
It's really fine detail.
I know. Jeez. You can hold
I
it.
can hold it.
Yeah.
Is it for me?
Yeah.
It even has the friggin' the second
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
on the back.
That's awesome.
It's so good.
Just before we go into some nitty-gritty details on the model, don't forget to make sure you vote for your favorite model for the judges for the bus that we painted. We'll probably be closing the poll sometime after we finish judging the rest of these models.
Yeah.
See here so far. We won't say any results, but this is how it's looking so far.
Looks like I'm winning.
It
Processing.
does. It in fact does. So.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. It does seem that way.
I know.
It does. It does seem like Sam is winning,
Yeah.
Yep, totally.
As I should.
as you should. All right. Anyway, so now that we're. Hey, wait. Why did Roman leave there? Nope.
Nope,
We're,
you're good.
we're back. Okay.
Anyway, we're talking about private.
Okay.
It's such a small model, but it's so excellently done.
Yeah.
Highlighting's all there. There's shadows where there should be. There's texture on like the canteen.
Yeah.
The tiny little second on his backpack. It's all just so well executed.
I know. I really like that. Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I can think of is like highlights, but on like the jacket. However, it's a historical piece,
Yeah, I
so
was
it
gonna
kind
say,
of
like-
like
Yeah.
how do you do anything other than what it originally was as a Union soldier?
Yeah. No, I really like this. I think the colors, obviously like, go well, are accurate.
Yeah.
So,
He even dirtied down the cuffs of his pants.
yeah.
Like when I look at a well executed model, this is exactly what it is. Like I don't. The only critiques that I have, I don't know that they would apply because it's just you're sticking to an historically accurate period.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just really good.
Yeah.
Tough to say.
It's tough to say because again, it's like time period where they are, where they're marching. Other than maybe having, if he's in like a unit, maybe having like a deer trail through the grass.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a little more worn down, but it's more environmental than
Right.
perhaps working on the skin tones a bit more, so that the skin tones are a little bit brighter.
Yeah, and there's like a bit more of a contrast between the highlight on the
Yeah.
cheek, and I also think maybe giving a little bit of the like suggestion of wood texture. Great job highlighting the black as
Yes.
well. Like, really good job on that.
Maybe adding in some additional texture, so it feels like it's more of a cloth sack than like just leather. That's more of that's getting into like a personal preference choice.
Yeah, I love the cup as well. Like, it's, I don't know,
Yeah, it's just
really.
it's just the whole model itself is just really well done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah. Excellent.
Good job, John. All right.
Historical is one of our newest categories, and we're excited to see more and more folks moving into it overall.
So this is from Zachary. These are the Roman Legion models here.
First thing I'm going to say is paint the back of your shields.
Yeah.
Even if it's just black. You need something there so you are not seeing the plastic.
Is that just the flat plastic?
I believe so.
It feels like it's.
Or is it painted?
It might be cream.
Oh. Well, then my second suggestion is going to be to put a second coat of paint on it because it's showing through. Also, if you're gonna paint something and say, hey, don't look at this, which I feel like these back of the shields are, you want to paint it black. Because as it is now, one, it doesn't, our eyes are drawn to it because it's so stark from when we look over kind of on the side, it's so stark from the colors, from the rest of the colors.
Yep.
And it doesn't look like it belongs as the back.
Yeah.
And you'll have some ignorant person like me think it was plastic.
A lot of it is just additional highlights, shadows, painting the full model, making sure that you're picking out small. There's a lot of small details on these guys that can really shine. More than just the metal. So,
Yeah.
I feel like the blue on their tunics, it needs more to it, especially in the shading and the highlighting departments.
That's a nice color blue.
Yeah, no,
I like the color as well.
The one thing that I will note that's really well done is the decal work. It's
Yes.
really well executed.
Yeah, and then there's I think all of the shields have a little bit of weathering on them. Although that's the only one I think that has weathering on the bottom as opposed to the top. But
Oh yeah, weird.
but
Wait, is this one upside down?
That's what I was thinking. I think the shields are upside down.
Yeah.
Because the mat.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So this is the only one that's
right side up.
side.
Okay, so there you go.
Makes sense.
But
Makes sense.
also, I think on at least two of the models I've seen, their left foot has blue, or their left calf, I'll say, has blue on it from I don't know. So either painting these. I don't know if these are multi-part models, but if they are, I would have maybe painted the skin tone or the shield aside from the skin tone. But yeah, just kind of making sure you go back in and clean those up a little bit. Ooh, I didn't see this guy.
The leading officer.
Yeah, so kind of just picking out the detail on the on the top of the hat here.
Same with the cloak. The cloak has so much room that you can do something with it.
Yeah.
So
I like the bases.
Yeah.
They're varied, but still the same. Also, I think this is the only one that you can tell that he actually incorporated. So he didn't take the base off of the mini. The texture paint or paste is but it's still like this almost looks like a rock, right? That he's on.
Yeah. So it doesn't feel like it's out of place.
Yeah. So like that's a really good job of kind of minimizing your work while also incorporating it all.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah,
Awesome
no, I
job.
really like it.
They're a fun model just to get on a table or just to work with and experiment with. And if I remember correctly, he was also talking about those on the Discord as like, hey, I'm going to get this into the historical category, and I'm gonna get them done as quickly as possible. And for a speed paint, they're not bad.
No.
Yeah, I think he did. I feel like he talked about having the shields on upside down.
Yeah.
Then, and like now that you said it was in the Discord.
Oh, that'll be awesome to see a full unit of squadron of these guys.
Oh yeah,
man,
that'd
yeah.
be.
Wow, a full 24.
You could put 12 of them in a unit and then 12 of them in historical.
Yeah.
There you go. See?
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think
Sam's thinking.
the big thing will be to get your shields flipped.
Oh, okay. You broke them all. Okay, that's yeah. No, I mean, I feel like we all.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
You could, so a tip that you could try is you could, if they're just super glued, you can put them in the freezer for like 20 minutes, and then it'll make the super glue brittle, and you can potentially break them off that way.
Oh, I see. So re-break them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So next and lastly, out of the historical category, we have Jace Marsh with Akasha, the Emerald Queen. It's a bust.
Yes, I love the marbling on this.
Yes.
It looks like actual marble,
It does.
which is difficult to do.
I'm curious to know what technique he used to get it.
Yeah, although I will say that this isn't really a fault of your own, but you can tell that it was supposed to be a wood plinth.
Yep.
It was printed as a wood plinth, so that texturing's still there. But I think I'd like to see more highlights, or higher highlights and darker shadows on this. I love the colors though.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then also just, with having kind of this curly hair and so much of it, it's a big selling point of this model. So really highlight those textures and kind of also just highlight the shape of the hair. And the skin as well. Highlight some of the skin. I love the eyes on this model.
Yeah, the makeup that is on like the above the eyebrows is amazing.
I love the color of the eyes, just the hazel. Like,
Yeah.
It's very striking.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. Like, I want more highlights. I want deeper shadows as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Especially with greens, you can play into purples, you can play into blues.
Yeah. Green is so fun to mess with.
Green's very fun. I love the composition of color palette on this is so good. But I agree, the hair is so much.
Yeah.
The hair has so much volume, and it is a big part of the model. And just leaving it kind of a shiny black it takes away from it overall.
Yeah.
I would love to see something more with the goblet.
Yeah.
Even having some highlights of, I'm looking at shine from just lighting in general, and there's like two nice lines that you could do of different colors to force the shadows on the other side. The blood red wine in there is really nice.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of spillover with the silver.
Oh,
green on the finger.
Again, I'm going to advocate for doing a little bit of lining. That can always help, especially because metallics are difficult when you spill over to paint back over.
I will say that inside the sleeve here, it's green. Be careful with that. Even if you put a streak of brown or initial skin tone to indicate that the initial skin is there, it helps. So that it doesn't feel like, it's just you just airbrush or you just painted in on this green and you're done.
Yeah.
So and same with the highlighting on like these on the cloth itself to indicate that there's folds and there's creases. Damn, it's such an imposing model.
Yeah.
She means business.
I know. Yeah.
And that is currently all that we have for historical.
Go us.
So we'll have to.
We're streaming right now, so if you want to be in shot, absolutely go for it. Awesome entries for historical for sure.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, we'll have Vehicle Monster up next.
Ooh, a vehicle monster.
A Vehicle Ham Monster. So yeah, we'll be.
See you soon.
Yep.
Castle Grayskull. Hey, hey.
Yeah. Hey, hey,
Hey,
hey.
hey, we're the monkeys.
We have returned. Thank you for being patient.
Or not. We don't have to be, I
Yeah.
suppose.
Yeah.
So, this is David's Beholder. He's been working on this for a while. We've been seeing work in progress pictures on the Dwarven Axe Discord.
Yeah.
Which has been really fun to see, because it's such a unique feel. When he posted about the base and just it not even painted, like just primed, it was really cool.
Yeah. I love the vibrancy of the colors, which is, again, not easy to do.
It definitely feels like it's underground.
Yes.
It has that vibe. Underground, underdark, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's coming out of the corner.
I do think I would have liked to see the rim of the base painted.
Amusingly, it was one of the things that I pointed out immediately when I saw it in the case. Was I wish you would have put something on the base
Yeah.
to like brown or black, something to frame it up. I love the blue, the almost water above kind of vibe that it has. It's so well executed.
Yes.
The colors of the mouth and the teeth are really well done.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like actual you can tell the difference between each individual tooth, which is really good.
On the back, I wish there was a little more definition because it feels a little watery. Not like water above, but more like just almost like the paint broke and the pigment kind of got messed up a bit. And it needed to be a little more reinforced because there are certain areas where there's like a red reinforcement, but then back underneath it just feels a little lost.
Yeah. I think I would have liked, because it seems like, the light is obviously coming from the front, so I would have liked this to kind of be almost like maybe more black or like a darker color, because the base is the same, has the same kind of shading as like some parts of the front here, and I think it would have been nice to.
Yeah, it is a weird not an OSL but an OSL kind of vibe, because I love this face back here and this gorgeous, but this is a weird color for it, because there's no direct reason that this should be bright pink and then blue is up here, other than a composition for the model itself, but in scene it just doesn't have a reason as far as we can tell.
Yes.
Kelsey, you haven't talked much and you're thinking. Tell.
Processing.
That loading bar.
Just even doing a little bit of kind of what Logan did with the rocks on her model, where just getting a little bit of that edge highlight on the other side of the backside could really define those regions of it's a pillar that's been there for a while, and just showing those edges. One thing that I had the pleasure of talking with David while he was working on this on Tuesday, and he had mentioned that this was a separate base from the actual model itself. So this wasn't a natural model with the model. So he had a lot of chances to experiment and try to find the right placement for how this model was going to look on the base, and I think he did a very good job on that.
Yeah, the compositions are really good.
Yeah, I especially agree.
But it still stands out. I would not be upset with this just all of a sudden coming out on the table in a D&D game.
I would be very upset if it suddenly appeared on the table before me. No, I am good over here, away from that.
But it's really awesome. Well done.
As a DM, I wouldn't be upset.
As a DM, I would not be upset. I have thrown beholders. They are really fun.
Yes, they are. Thank you, David, for entering this model. We have our next model is Jim.
Spur. Displaced Beast.
Stalker in the Feywild.
Also another thing that you never want to see on the table as a player, but as a DM, it's like half the fun.
Correct. Yes. I enjoy the. Normally, I don't like the bright tufts, but considering that it's in the and knowing kind of what Displaced Beasts are, and this being in the Feywild, it works really well.
Yep, it does. It feels weird, and that's what makes it fun for me. Too.
Those are the Gamer's Grass metal tufts.
Oh.
Metal leaves.
That's cool. Yeah.
A little additional highlighting so that they didn't feel like they were just pulled right off.
Yeah.
Because the varnish, the finish on them is a little weird.
Yeah.
It's a little odd.
Yeah. I think this is another model that you can tell it was painted and then washed. And so I think a little bit of blending between, or even putting some purples in these shadows would be nice, and then highlighting up next to them.
Yeah, Jim did a good job getting the piece itself feels right.
Yeah.
Even got the eyes looking the same direction, which is always a difficult thing to do. You know what? It being kind of a dead tree, I wouldn't mind having vines hanging off of it or some moss, something.
Yeah.
You know, it needs more than just brown.
Yeah.
It's a well-painted tree, but it could use more too.
Yeah.
So, and then defining, doing a little bit of cleanup after you get done washing it, and just helping paint those in. Because I think that he washed it and then dry brushed it. Mm-hmm. It feels like it's dry brushed back here.
Yeah.
So just trying to continuously soften that transitional line. Mm-hmm. So,
yeah.
Those are cool. Yeah, this is like
I really like. Yeah.
It's a very well done model.
Mm-hmm.
Again, another model. You, as a player, you would be upset if you all of a sudden didn't appear. But as a DM, it's like, yes, here you go, have fun. Displacer Beast.
Yeah. No, I really like these.
The neon tufts.
Yeah, you might grab some for some thin model pieces.
I want to know where you got the base from, because it's plastic.
It looks like it's
wood.
It looks like it's 3D printed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. It's a nice base.
Yeah.
All about the base. All right, our next entry here to the vehicle monster category is a little tiny thing.
A little one.
It's Truck Stop Blues.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Okay, we're not supposed to play with models.
Why would you have wheels that roll?
If not friend, why friendship?
Exactly.
But usually these models are for Gaslands. It's a type of game.
Thank you.
It's like a racing
game.
access game.
I really like the freehand on here.
Pretty much everything on this thing is freehand, because the white rim.
Yeah.
White rim wheels are freehand. What says Red Rocket is.
The logo is.
Yeah. Everything about it is just.
The edge highlighting for like the inside of the windows.
Yeah.
They even wrote "You're good to go" on each side. The one thing that I will say is highlighting would be great.
Yeah.
On this, some highlighting on the orange. The front having a bit more highlighting on the silver would be great. Having a little bit of a black lining in that would be fun.
Yeah.
It's just turning it upside down. I get that I'm not supposed to necessarily care about the upside down, being that it's a metal. You can't do much with this, being that it's a full metal model. But yeah, some additional highlighting on this would be great. once you stop looking at the side and you start looking from the top, it needs something more.
Yeah.
I don't know what that more is, but especially if you're using this as a specific in-universe kind of vehicle, you need to kind of play into the environment, whatever you're looking at. But adding that more would be great.
Yeah. And just picking out, even just doing a different color on the on all those like raised edges, like just making sure you want to define. This isn't all just an orange truck, or it's not all going to look the same, even if it is all orange.
Yeah, even doing some like older rust in there or chipping would help too.
I would agree.
So
little tiny car.
I will stop rolling it around.
Thank you, Jace.
Apparently, I was told not to do that.
I'm sorry.
All right, next up we have Vastor from Will.
Ooh, this is nice. I'm going to try and get back into Twitch, so...
Fair enough. One thing that really has stood out to me with this model is the color variation on the metal wings, the purple into the pink. The muscles are fairly well defined.
I think you mean muscle.
Muscles.
Them muscles.
I have a master's in kinesiology. I know how to pronounce this.
But a very cool model.
I like all the little details on the pillars and like details. I think it's really this face especially looks like it's going into the ground, as well as there's a broken pillar over here. Like it doesn't look like you just laid these on top of whatever texturing you're using.
Yeah.
It does look like it is in the ground. There is a nice little OSL effect going on. I think maybe kind of accentuating that more because you have to look for it. And it's a little inconsistent, I would say.
Oh, from the ground?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, sorry, from the ground, yeah. I know you already said this, but I do really like and like the little...
Scratches.
Thank you, scratches in it. Good job on your contrast between your dark and your light. I would have maybe liked a little bit of definition on kind of the buttocks region.
Cheeks.
Yeah, on the cheekies. But overall, it's really good contrast. The front is lighter than the back, and it looks like it's on purpose, so that's good, right? Like it doesn't look like it's accidental. Also, really, this like black into the brassy color, I really like.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the little claws are all universal to here, and then they're different on the wings.
Yeah.
I love the cream that you have on the armor handling. It's unique feeling without it feeling like it's just dirty.
Yeah.
So it has a nice, like right here on the front, it has a nice color highlight and then shadow down below, so it contrasts excellently again. So you can see where the light is coming from. It's coming from like this angle here, and it's at a slight angle. And even putting it where the knee was is excellent. So you get that nice shadow effect. It's just a well executed example of good lighting.
Yeah, and then this like little
the maul of the hammer.
Yeah, well, and then you have like this like even in the cracks of the handle portion, it looks like you're getting that kind of effect going through, which is really cool.
Yeah. If you wanted, you could even add some small highlights of the brighter orange in some of the very top parts of the cracks. But I don't know that it needs it, because you're just trying to get the hint of it.
Yeah.
Some additional highlighting on the metal, on like the brass underneath, on the chest area would be really good. The mouth feels a little messy, where that glow effect is coming from, because especially against the mall, it's a much more messy situation. It's also small.
Are you saying the maw against the mall?
I pronounced that correctly, but I couldn't pronounce Mad Max-esque.
Mad West-esque.
Yeah, I mean it's a well executed model with the cobwebs. It's a well executed model, and especially with what you're getting. You could, if you wanted to, highlight some of these pistons so that they seem like they're getting used.
Yeah.
So
I also think a nice highlight on this horn would be, like, it looks like there's some edge highlighting, but you also want to get this, like, this top part is also.
Yeah, bring that attention back to the face.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But really well executed.
Yeah. I really like this. Excuse me.
All right.
Yeah, it should be.
Our next model is Eternus
He's eternally, ride eternal,
by Hurtis.
shiny in the chrome.
I really like the red to the black. That looks cool. I think I would. Oh yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say the red to the green as well.
Yeah.
It is contrast, but it is muted. So they play nicely together in different, in being different.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not getting the Christmassy effect of
Yes.
it. I think I would like to see the red go up a little bit more, especially kind of on these edges. I think the whole model in general looks dark again. I think there could be some highlighting on this tail portion here, actually on the whole tail.
Would pet that horse. Yep.
Thanks, Bliss. Would pet horse 10 out of 10.
I pet it for you. You're welcome.
I would agree. I would want the red though. Be careful if you're going to highlight it and push it up more, because you don't want it to get Christmassy.
Right.
It's also really glossy. So toning some of that down so you have a difference between like what is metal and what is shiny, what is armor.
I also would have loved to see a little bit more on the base.
Yeah, the base too. I think this is primarily just contrast painted. So this is a great starting point, a fantastic point where you'd want to now go into highlighting, adding extra colors, stippling, and that kind of thing.
Also, you can see kind of in between the leg and on the horse, it's just black, and there are some kind of textures there. Just, making sure you get those and kind of underneath too.
Yeah, I was going to say underneath it's entirely just black.
Yeah.
And there is like other than skin, there is like a leather strap going underneath the belly, and that's not painted at all.
Yeah.
So making sure that you're being attentive to those details and getting it to pop a little bit. But it's a good start to a model that really has a lot of potential for what you're after, because you can tell that with the leads, you're trying to go for that very red corn style. So I like it.
Corn's yellow.
Awesome.
It is. You can get white corn.
You can get white corn, but it's
Purple
also
corn, too.
white corn is also, it's just a very light yellow,
All right.
and
so
purple corn is just a purple yellow.
next up, we have another Rob Seeley special, the Angry Dreadnought, aka the Ooh Angry Dreadnought.
Angry Dreadnought. You're welcome, Rob. You're welcome. I've got words.
Okay.
I got thoughts, but I want to hear your thoughts first. Yours and Kelsey's.
I think the decal work is good.
I like the lighting effects. The OSL is really nice.
It's subtle, but it's not overpowering.
Yeah.
It definitely has a weight to it.
Yeah.
The model.
I like the weathering, I guess, on it. And the base.
Your
And the colors.
gun barrels are drilled.
Yeah, well, they come that way. So.
That's good.
Well, the top ones don't, so he drilled those. So, thank you.
You're welcome. I like, the rust and stuff is really nice. Okay, go on with. I think I would have liked a little bit of actually like accentuating.
Yeah, the
these,
hoses.
yeah.
Yep.
Also, there's a big inconsistency here. So I can't tell. I don't think it's actually painted, the little grills in here. So that's an easy win
buttocks?
on the buttocks. Yeah, it's
The
an easy
buttocks.
win. You get a nice, easy buttocks win. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
All right, so there are seam lines and mold lines all over this thing that need to be either filled or need to be repaired. Like there's a couple on the back of the legs. I saw one earlier.
Yeah, it's on the.
Oh, I see right there. Yeah.
So those need to be gap filled in. These guys are notoriously difficult to get gap filled because they have like weird seam line points where they're just kind of. It's hard to get a file in between them. I love the OSL. I love the weathering powder's use. The basing's great. The decal work is awesome, and yeah, the OSL really carries the model overall to give it a unique flavor. You needed to paint inside of the shoulder on the right-hand side because it's just black on the inside.
But that is a good use of, if you don't want somebody to look at it, paint it black.
Yep.
But yes, I do think for like a competition piece.
Yes. It's muted, but it's not without color.
Right.
So I like that you use the checkerboard pattern from those decals all over the place, and they look really cool.
Yeah.
That one on this side looks like it's a lot cleaner than the other side,
Yeah.
though.
Wait, there's another one?
Yeah, there's one down here.
Yeah, there's
This
a red one.
The red one over here.
Oh.
Yeah, the decal work on it. This guy is like 90% decals. I feel like Rob just went through and like stippled the hell out of this thing, and then went back with decals, slapped them over top, stippled a little bit more to blend it in, and we're done.
Yeah, which I do appreciate the fact that he stippled after the decals. as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, there's a ton of texture on that thing. It's just awesome. So thank you, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Rob, and thank you for hopefully taking the little name change different.
We joked about it last night because we were putting all these in and a little bit loopy from working on it all day, and then it cracked us up. So
Yeah.
I blame Kelsey for this one.
Yeah, that's true. All right, next we have Logan H with Ghost Keel.
Oh, Ghost
Ghost Keel.
Ghost Keel.
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 Okay.
K-E-L-L-E-L.
I like the kind of the lighting effects here. Yes, it doesn't go onto the thing, but that's fine. That doesn't go onto the miniature, but you can tell it's originating kind of inside these grills and with that brighter highlight there.
Yep.
I love the lining in the
inside of the armor, yeah.
yeah, thank you. I think I would have liked to see the black be highlighted.
Yeah.
And the orange. Yeah, it looks like some overall highlighting and shading on the white, I guess.
It's a very clean model.
It is.
This is like GW's Tau coloring palette, which is really cool. So I like it. I really do. I agree though that you need highlighting on the black, even just gray.
Yeah.
Gray edge highlighting would make this thing sing. Highlighting on the metals. I do like that you have the glow effect coming off of the weapons, but it's not the OSL that it's not splashing over everything. It's not, it's your choice to be like this is. I'm sticking to the box art on this one, which I appreciate. But yeah, I do agree that you need to have highlighting on.
There's a little bit of edge highlight on the black of his right foot, but it's not right here. But if you're going to do it on the model, you should make sure that you do it everywhere on the model, especially like up toward the top. Either that or it's paint chipping, which is also possible.
Yeah, because I think it's in a couple of different places.
But yeah, bringing up your highlight toward the face of the model is always a big key.
Yeah, and yes, and the glow effect on the eye is amazing. The kind of that nice little dot of white really.
It feels very Gunpla, very.
I agree.
Very like Titanfall-esque. It's got a really fun way that it fits into that environment. I hate ghost kills for one reason only. There's seam lines down every single middle backpack and like edge, and they're just everywhere. It can be very difficult to get those cleaned up, but when you do, they look awesome. So a little bit of milliput, a little bit of green stuff to try and get those filled in. So, yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome job, Logan.
The base is really amazing.
Yeah,
Yes.
the base is really cool. Because it's snowing.
All right. Next up, we have another James special. Big Pig.
Big Pig.
Big Pig.
Is James the one that I said something about his yellow on his last model?
Oh, hold on. Paint chipping was the death of me. Suggestions on how to deal with that.
Priming.
Yeah. Sam doesn't prime the models.
I don't prime Reaper. Okay, yeah, we have to be very specific.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're getting paint
Sorry.
chipping off
No,
the
no, you're
model
good.
itself, my suggestion would be to seal your models with a gloss varnish first, and probably a layer or two, especially if this is a playable model. So if it's a played model or you're putting it into foam or something along those lines, gloss varnish holds up the best over the longest period of time. If you don't want it to be shiny, then you hit it with a different varnish like satin or matte, and then it'll seal it in so that you don't have that problem. Because the more times that you play with it, the more it'll wear that paint away. If you ever start seeing shiny, you know that you're wearing away at that point, and then you need to apply your intermittent varnish or your matting varnish down after that. But that's the best way that I know of to protect it and keep you from having the chipping problem. So I hope that helps.
Cool wings.
Going back to Big Old Pig.
Big Pig.
Big Pig.
So first thing I notice on here is there's lots and lots of pooling. You can see it in the yellow here,
Yep.
and on the kind of these bone parts. So just be careful with that. Again, I think this is another chance where you can underpaint your yellow. Pink is a great way to underpaint it, or you could do white. Kind of just depends on what you want to go for, but definitely you're just making your life more difficult painting yellow on black.
So, if you want to, or feel comfortable, can you explain why painting pink underneath yellow is the best way to go?
You can do that.
Oh, you're so sweet. If you're looking at a color wheel, pink is directly across from yellow on the color wheel. And if you have those direct contrasting colors, you can paint one and have all the highlighting done on one, and then put a layer over of the other color, and it'll pop right out. So I've painted, as strange as it sounds, I painted an entire model that I wanted red, green,
yeah.
and then painted right over top of it. All of the highlighting came through. So it's really easy to do with an airbrush. You just need to use almost like glaze layers over top of it, but it goes right over it. And you get all of those cool, nuanced colors and highlights and shadows underneath it. Especially if working with pink is going to be probably easier, or working with red or pink is going to be easier than working with yellow.
Yes.
So if you can find a color opposite of the color that you want to paint it, and work with that, it works really well.
Yeah. Also on like the chain bits here. Sorry, let me use my.
Oh, yeah.
Let me lick my brush on all the chain bits here. I think having kind of you want to still have some black showing through. You don't want to paint the whole thing in a metallic paint, it'll just give it more depth and show that, because these do have space in between them, right? Your chain links do have space, so kind of just keeping that black. I really like the bone to black transitions.
I agree. You did a very good job on that.
There's a giant seam line right here.
There's a seam line going up the side of this too,
Yeah.
in the middle.
So, which on kind of these flat. Okay. On kind of these flat surfaces, yeah, it is really.
What's up?
He said he broke it. It's really noticeable. Let us know if you cannot hear us, or if you still can hear us, I guess. I don't know what he said. But yeah, what do you?
I think you did a good, okay job with the base. If we wanted,
Oh, thank you, thank you,
for
Salty Charles.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
The base looks really good. I think it needs to be, the cork needs to be better, like, incorporated with the base. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what happened. There it is.
Oh, I see it now.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, anyway.
We're trying to figure out why we're hearing stuff in the other room.
Yeah. Nothing. You're fine.
Yes, and I think, kind of having more highlights along here and stuff would help. But yeah, just, and like highlighting
The rock.
the rock, and yeah.
Edge highlighting even the tips of the swords would bring that out a lot too.
Yeah. There's also just like random spots that you can tell that it, or maybe you can, I shouldn't say you can tell, but it just looks like it wasn't like completely painted.
Yeah.
And so, even if you want to keep something dark, just make sure it's very obvious that it's not, oh, I forgot about this, but no, this is something I want to keep dark. So you want to paint it to the same level or the same degree that you paint the rest.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I like the skin tone.
Yeah, the skin tone on the body of the pig is really good. And
On the big pig?
The big pig.
Yeah.
And then the fur, I think he did okay on the amount of fur that you can see on the pig.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pushing up that highlight here. But yeah, I think it's really just, it's a good start. It's a really cool model as well. I love the colors you chose. The black and yellow, like almost bumblebee-like effect.
Right.
Looks really cool. Like it really kind of does. Right. There's your little sneaker.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm gonna get you.
Yeah. So yeah.
But yeah.
We don't care about Alex's opinion, so there you go.
Yeah. All right, we are going to take a break. We do have one more entry into Vehicle Monster, but we will come back here very, very shortly. Thanks, guys.
How about now? Yeah.
Hey.
It helps when you have your mic on.
Okay.
We broke it and then we fixed it, so sorry about that. We're gonna have to look at a small Liam's model. Sorry about that, folks.
That's okay.
So we have
my
Chewy
God.
with the ATST.
That's so
Who doesn't love a good ATSD?
I know.
Tell me someone that doesn't.
I think I would like to see more highlighting on this, including on Chewy. Although, looking at it this way, it looks actually really.
Chewy looks really
Yeah,
good.
yeah. When it's like this, I was thinking that it wasn't highlighted, and then you kind of pull it back, and yeah, Chewy looks amazing, and fur is not easy to kind of pick out and make it look like fur. So. But I think Chewy looks pretty healthy, not very sick. So
Don't know what the problem is.
yeah. So yeah.
I do agree that I think that most of this needs additional highlighting before you start weathering it, because the weathering feels really good,
Yeah.
but everything is just kind of the same shade of gray overall, and then you're expecting to have the weathering take over for it. When you need to have things painted first and be kind of individual in how they're painted, kind of bring it up to a perfect painted level, and then knock it back.
Yeah.
But I love the weathering that
Yeah.
you've done. It's gorgeous. It's well executed. It's well thought out, especially for the front. I want to move to the back and see.
And the feetsies
Yep.
as well.
Yeah.
Just need some Ewoks like between
Yeah.
legs swinging.
Yeah, exactly.
I see that you have like some drips, some oil drips going
yeah.
down the
Yep.
back. Having some additional weathering like that in all of the little grills, and having some oil stains, and you can get more aggressive with it, because Star Wars is a dystopia. It's a dystopian universe.
I think it's a utopian universe.
Star Wars?
Yes.
Star Trek is a utopian
Okay.
universe.
Well, I don't watch Star
Star Trek Wars.
That's your fault, not mine.
Bald men scare me.
That's why you gotta watch it for Garrett. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
one with
that's the one with the doctor, yeah.
Anyway, so this Dalek is really well executed for painting.
Yes.
But yeah, I think that additional weathering, like some rust, some minor rust, some oils, some just drips and everything, can really go a long way.
Yeah.
That Vulcan looks sick.
I do think that
That was Brandon. Hi,
that
Brandon.
there we go. I had to get my hand out of. But I think this is a good example of where you don't have to line in order to get all the different, like you can tell kind of up here in the back and like on all the sides, like they are distinct pieces. And so I think that's a really good like this one's a really good example of like one, the model's helping you, but also it's just very clear, like you have, it wasn't the paint isn't going kind of in the cracks and stuff too much and muddying those transitions. Also, really nice job on this scratch here.
Yeah.
You
Also,
notice, like,
picking out all the rivets.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. And yeah, that just kind of helps with that.
Yeah, it's a really well done piece.
I like the base. Although, again, the rim needs a second coat.
It does. It
But
needs some help with it.
yeah. But I think it looks,
Yeah, Chewie's ready to go after some stormtroopers.
yeah.
I'm
Or
scared.
the Jedi.
Or the Jedi. Terrifying.
All right.
Beautiful. Thank you, Liam. We're gonna take a small break while I help reset some video stuff for Titanic, but then we'll be back for Titanic, and then we'll move right into
Open.
after that. So
So,
we'll be back in 2 minutes.
thank you. Okay.
All right, we're back at it. Sorry about that, folks. We had a little bit of a technical difficulty. We lost a judge.
Yeah, we did.
Lost her to the ether. It happens.
I'm sure she'll be watching, though.
I'm sure.
Always
I'm sure she will.
watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
Always watching. Hey, all right, there we go. Moving the camera a bit.
All right. So,
Anyway, so
we have 2 categories left.
yep. Yeah, we got 2 categories. We got Titanic and Open,
Yep.
and we're wrapping this baby up. So
Yes.
there you go.
So we are on our first entry for Titanic, and it's from Jim, and it's
Oh, yeah.
Icy Doom. So the story with this model, I mentioned it to Alex earlier yesterday when we were entering models in, is that this model was actually for sale here at the Forge. It was a lightly used model, and so we ended up having to, I was debating on getting this model at one point, and I decided against it, and Jim was looking at this, and I was like, you should buy that. And he's like, why? And I'm like, because I know you'll get it painted.
Yeah, and Jim just does such a great job having a quick turnaround for models and making them look really interesting. So he did such a good job with this. I love the way of the overall model, how it looks, how it feels. It feels very regal in the moment. There are certain things that I want to pick out. I would have loved to see like the fingernails painted, some additional highlighting on, having some additional highlighting on like the fingers versus, and then also on the axe itself. It feels a little odd having this. I don't know because it's somewhat clear but somewhat painted. It has this weird kind of in between space.
Right.
In addition, I know this has been something that we've picked on Jim before on is like the inconsistency for the glossiness of the ink or whatever that he's using. So having a consistent varnish or consistent finish would be nice because there is some pooling in areas, so
Right.
it makes it more glossy than other spots. I like the texture on the jacket.
Yeah.
It has a nice pleated kind of feel, that pillowy pleated kind of feel. So
I just overall loved the look of this model in general.
oh yeah, for sure.
But how he did the clear icy part of the axe, like it's still see-through, but it kind of gives you that, like the axe is actually made out of ice.
I would want something a little bit highlighting,
I can understand that.
a little bit of white, a little bit of something that makes it feel cold beyond just being clear. But yeah, you nailed the eyes. Jim really has taken a good step forward with how he places eyes and how they're looking.
Right.
So it doesn't feel
Which has been an improvement for him.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You're doing a good job, Jim.
Yeah, this is a great model. Yeah, all the fur is really nice. There's a little bit of bleed over right here. A little bit,
but not terribly much.
Not too terribly much. The basic, you got the scale right for the snow as well. It feels cold. Mm-hmm. Like it really does feel like the middle of
Cold
winter.
enough for Minnesota.
Yeah, cold enough for Minnesota. Love that. But overall, yeah, it's a great model. That's a half a boat.
I know. And the front of the boat's on the sides.
Oh, that's freaking cool. Oh, it's like ones that he's killed. That's awesome.
Those are his trophies.
See, okay, so a slight nitpick. If they're going to be trophies, make them different.
That's true.
You have the opportunity to make them different. Like have this one be, a lighter wood, and then have like a greenish wood, and have like a more blue wood, or something that's white stained back here. So
I can get that.
yeah, there's a lot that could be done with this, but I love where it is,
Yeah.
where it's at. So
Again, another model I would not be upset if it showed up on the table.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. That's awesome.
All right, this one,
All
the last Titanic entry is from David, and it's the bleeding rock.
Bleeding Rock. This thing is huge. I know that. Oh, yeah, and it's also sideways. It's going to be fun for a bit. I'll try and fix it. So I can kind of speak to this too. David did an awesome job in trying to make this entire model really pop off the like when he made it and when he was playing with the
So David
oil paints.
David worked on this model. Has been working on this model for a while. He was asking for suggestions and stuff on the Discord, and I know that there was a lot of people that came to his aid, gave him some suggestions, some advice. He tried out some new things, and it was quite an experience, I'm sure, for him. I know he mentioned that it was something different that he was trying out.
I did my best.
Nope, you're all good.
Well, take it for now. Oh, that's weird. On the screen, whenever we're streaming it, it actually looks a little bit different. Huh. Pull it down. I don't know why it's. There you go. All right, yeah. Anyway, sorry folks, we're still getting used to how the system works for streaming, so apologies on that. But so yeah, David put this forward. He was playing with the Uhu glue.
Yes.
And it, man, just such a difference it made from when it originally was put forward and when it originally had finished painting it to when it got done. It felt bloody. It feels a little, in my opinion, I know that he was saying that he was playing with it and trying to figure it out, but it feels a little bit over the top for blood effects.
I think if anything, if he was gonna do a blood effect, since this is a swing, like it's getting ready for a swing motion, he's probably going to have an arc of blood coming from the hooks to the left.
Yeah.
Because he's pulling it back.
Yeah, it feels like he's pulling
and he's getting
back,
ready
yeah.
to pull forward.
Yeah.
So either give a blood effect coming swish from going up and arcing, which you could probably do with I've used plastic card, just clear plastic card, and then just use and arch it, and then just have the Uhu glue go over top of that.
Yeah.
Or if you're wanting it to look like he's getting ready to swing it down, just do a little bit of a swing effect drop of Uhu like he did on below his gut.
Yeah, I could see that. Either one would work well. Also, fishing line with like having it weighted at the bottom with a little bit of hot glue and then being able to add something to it could work too. So with David's work too, the color palette's excellent. Like how the colors interact with each other is really nice. I love how grimy this guy feels overall. So, and I know that again he was working with a lot of new mediums and a lot of new techniques that he wasn't used to in the past. So it was like things like the basing being the Vallejo still water, the Uhu glue, trying to get the blood effects to be on point. And I think he's gotten a lot of it figured out.
Yeah.
Or at least a lot of experience learning how to do it. So.
Right. I agree. The other thing that Sam had pointed out, because she did look through some of these before she left, she mentioned about painting the base rim.
Yep.
Even if you wanted to keep that spillover with red, you could just paint it red.
Yep.
Instead of black. Black would be pretty dynamic and set it really into its place, but red, if you really wanted to have it look like it's spilling over and really putting it in the moment, then red would do just fine.
Yeah. The other thing that I'm a little there's a lot of red on the back, specifically on the cloak or the butt flap or whatever you want to call it.
The butt flap.
Because it's purple, but it's got all the red down here from the blood, but it doesn't look like blood. It just looks like painted red. I know that there are several paints out there that do dried blood, because dried blood kind of looks brown. Especially at large scales, it kind of looks like a brown color, brownish red, and you can get that. I know Vallejo makes one, so that you can add that texture of dried blood, and then in the middle of it is wet blood because it dries from the outer in. So it would be interesting to see I'm glad that David was able to take this and really try to do something new and bombastic.
Yes.
Because it definitely, the number of people that have come through and they're instantly drawn to this model is many.
Yes.
It's very loud in its application.
It has a presence.
Yeah, it has a presence, that is for sure.
But really well done, David.
I love the greens that he integrated into the basing, so it makes it feel, it has that contrast to that very bright red as that kind of muted green. So it plays nicely into the color palette. The yellows, the purples on the skin just give it this very gross, disgusting, terrifying feel.
Well, in the stonework that he did, what he did with the stonework was really well done. Even adding in like the dirtiness in the cracks of the stone before even adding the blood.
Yeah. It feels like he thought out every part of the process for why something would be there, rather than it just being there.
Right. This model definitely tells a story.
Yeah, absolutely does. So, thank you, David, for the entry. It's awesome.
Right. That was both of our entries for Titanic.
Awesome. We're going to get the camera reset, and then, I guess we can't. We got to do it on the fly.
Yeah.
Oh.
So our our next category will be open.
Yep, it's open. Oh.
Oh, there it goes.
We're having fun.
Hey. So this is Joe in Stop.
So I'm bummed because Sam left, had to leave before this came up because she was mentioning the bottle cap.
Earlier for
Yeah.
Brandon's piece.
And I love this. I just love how this model looks and feels. It feels like a scene. The color palette is excellent. The motion is weird. Joe, where did you get like these models from? The little robot and the big robot and the little robot, because they feel just wholly unique. Like the little guy's like a battleship or something too, isn't he? Because he's got guns, or is it? What?
It looks like a little tank, but it's like
or a drone. It's such a unique model. The lighting is crazy. I know that you on the it's a kit bash. Awesome. Just the presence of this model is so artistic, and that was the phrase that I kept coming up with. I was telling my wife about it last night. By the way, Joe, my wife says hi and hopes you're doing well. But I was mentioning it to her last night, and she I kept describing it as just a very artistic, unique piece. It tells a story without me needing to know anything about the story. I love that you painted the shadows behind them. The lighting is it's harsh, but it's really well executed. I think that if you wanted to have it, and this is me calling the kettle black on this one, having some additional highlighting on the brown on the back, so you can pull down those, you can show that there's highlights on the back without it being like overtly bright. In addition, there's like a black on the back leg that feels a little out of place.
Yeah.
It's a harsher shadow, but she's doing well, by the way, Joe. Thanks for asking. The big one is a resin Grimhark water bot. Scripted 3 times. I like that he's yelling at me.
I know.
I can feel it from here.
Yeah.
It's good.
I love the story, basically, of this whole model.
There's good decal work up here. Mm-hmm. I love the Tau decals.
The moss underneath the bridge is consistent throughout the entire thing.
Yes.
I like how everybody yells at Alex, but no one really yells at me.
I'm easier to get yelled at, I guess.
I guess.
There's sticky tack underneath of it. I keep putting my foot under it.
Your foot?
My foot. My
dangerous. No wonder
It's a
people yell at
finger.
you.
Yeah. Yeah, the bottle cap tops, the medicine cap tops, whatever they are, taking trash and making it into an art piece is so interesting. Yeah.
We are afraid of Kelsey.
Yeah.
Why is everybody afraid of me?
I don't know why they're afraid of you.
No, you're not. I know you're not.
Chris over here playing Peanut Gallery now. Yeah, it's just there's such an interesting. You definitely know your way around lighting because this is meant to be yellow. It's not meant to be gold.
Right.
And
Kind of like a Bumblebee from Transformers.
Yeah, the highlighting on the eye is really cool too. Like it just has a presence of a model that you knew what you wanted to do with the coloring, and then you executed on it well. Because you could easily have pushed this into non-metallic metal and made it look like a gold robot.
It's all good, Joe.
Yeah.
We understand that life is busy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just glad you're here on the stream. So yeah, Joe, thank you so much for that model. I can't.
It's a lot of fun to just look at.
Like if you wanted a critique on like feedback on things to do, it would be to probably add additional highlighting. And there's a spot on I'm not necessarily sure where the lighting is supposed to be coming from other than where the shadow lies that you drew, but it doesn't always match up with how the shadow on the big robot or like the lighting on the big robot works. It works from an artistic sense, but from a realistic sense, it does, like the lighting's a little off. But yeah.
But I really enjoy the piece.
Yes, I do too. So, Brandon's daughter says hi, Leila.
Hi. All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe.
All right, our next entry is Treasure Gnomes.
Oh, them gnomes, dearie.
Damn gnomes. Fun little. I'm glad that we can make her
I'm glad
day.
that we can make her day. Yeah. So this is gnomes from who's this from? Being that we don't have it marking across the bottom of the
Matt.
screen.
I can't figure out how to fix
Don't worry about it.
it.
Don't worry about it.
So this is Matt M.
Matt M.
with Treasure Gnomes.
It's such a just
It's so cute.
it's whimsical. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, he's back painting after 40 years of not being into it. Back for a year,
Yeah.
showing us up. Anyway, so gnomes.
Gnomes.
It's so for the good. For
Yes.
me, is whimsical.
Yes.
Colors, fantastic. It feels bright. It feels happy. It feels just wholly unique. They're protecting treasure. Nothing more than that's needed for this.
Right.
You throw this in a terrarium and it'd be perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect terrarium.
Get some little fairies
Yeah.
kind of floating around.
Yeah, some will-o-wisps floating around too. Like you'd have. I love the coloring on the mushrooms.
Yeah.
The mushrooms are just perfect.
I
Love it.
agree. I also think that the chest is. The gold is a little overwashed, but the wood on the chest is really, really nice.
Yes,
I think it fits really well.
The wood looks really good. I like it. I will. So for me, the critiques, the gnomes. I like that the gnomes have different colored skin tones. That's really cool. But having some additional highlighting and more than just base tones would be really beneficial here, especially for like they have like almost like a toadstool-esque shield. I think playing into that more and giving it some additional highlighting, like you did on the big mushroom, having that on the little mushrooms would be really good.
Right.
Like tying that all together for the coloring.
And with that, you could do just grays.
Yeah.
Your grays would really pop those out.
Yeah, because you want it to be white, but a blue gray or just a straight gray would work really well. The base, it being on a natural just slice of wood, don't need anything more.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No. Love it. Good catch there. Good catch. Delish.
But yeah, just adding in some more highlights too, especially like on the red caps to really kind of bring that attention. Especially if you wanted to bring up like highlights on the gnomes on the bottom level, and then have it focus in on the top gnome on the top of the mushroom.
Yep.
Would be really cool.
I gotta find a way to hold my microphone so I don't like blast it out or anything.
Blast.
It's weird. Blast.
But
Yeah, same with the crystals. The crystals could use some additional coloring and highlighting and shading, yeah, especially shading. I think in this space. So.
But yeah, it's a really fun model.
This is so fun. So thank you, Matt.
Yep.
For entering this in.
Thank you. All right,
Onward to glory.
number 40. We are James with the White Dwarf from the Warham fame.
Old GW Grom Bombadil. Grom Bombadil, I think is who it is.
Yeah.
His name.
Sounds right.
Yeah, something like that. It's a dude. It's a guy.
I think he did a really good job on this.
He did such a good job with the hair and the face. The tone, the coloring, it's all very well highlighted. It is a great white beard without it being just straight white. Right, Joe? It's like he just ripped it right off of the right off the pages of White Dwarf. That's the name of the magazine. Wow.
I think one of the things I would suggest is getting a brighter silver edge highlight on the axe, and then like on the tip of this sword.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of like, especially the shoes have a nice highlighting, but they're just shinier, I think.
Which again, your goal is to really focus in on the face, which I can tell that he's definitely did.
Yeah.
Because he did a really good job on the hair, the face, like the eyes are really well done. The axe looks good. It just needs some additional highlighting on the edges of certain things.
Especially with how clean everything is. Normally I'd be like, oh, you can just rust it up and make it look a little worn. But being that everything looks clean, almost like a battle scene, I think that you just need to have additional highlights. Especially, like, the dwarf himself is really well executed. Maybe additional highlights on the cloak, on the red on the cloak, and then the fur on the back. But, like, the axe itself needs highlights. The base work are all really well defined, but just need highlights now.
Right.
So,
very cool.
like, James executed super well on this.
Yes.
I swear.
Like,
People, I'm so sorry for my microphone. I cannot apparently hold one. So, you don't envy us. I don't understand why you don't envy us. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say towards this. I think just highlighting, James doing highlighting and really working in those small details to tell a story, I think would really do him justice. Same. I'm gonna channel my inner Sam, the Rock.
yeah.
Just some greens and blues and grays and tans and reds. Like, you can just add so much to a rock.
And that's a rock fact.
Yeah. That's. What's his name? Rocky. Anyway.
You need duct tape.
I need duct tape for my life. All right. Well, thank you, James, for adding that in as a fun ride.
Speaking of Sam,
this is disqualified, but we still got video of it, and we want to take a look at it.
So this is Firecrotch.
Firecrotch.
It's a little kobold that has gotten a little too big for its britches.
A little cute little guy. When you hit level 5 and finally learn how to cast Fireball for the first time,
exactly.
This is the moment. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast Fireball.
Very, very cute model.
On video, on picture over there, it is like the brightness of the fire feels brighter than what it actually is in person. It's a little bit dulled down, and she even admitted that she was a little bit like the OSL needs to be better on the fire, and I think she's right.
Yeah.
Like, the white needs to not be as much there. It feels like it's lacking a bit. It needs to be more red than yellow. So.
The blending on the black, I know she pointed that out on a couple different models too, needs to be a little bit more blended.
It needs to be less black.
Yeah.
I love the little detail of the fire on the hat. Her blending for the actual colors on the kobold themselves is really well done.
Yes.
The staff and the weapon feel right on point. So, and it's all very stylistic. Although back here it feels a little light on the highlights.
Yeah.
So on the underside, but
it's just a cute little model.
It's just a cute little guy. It definitely is that moment of learning Fireball for the first time, and you're like, ooh,
I can do this?
I can do this now.
And then like, oh, I should be very careful because I can do this.
I shouldn't do that anymore.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sam, for entering it in.
Yeah.
And for helping judge.
Yeah.
Judge and critique these models, so thank you so much.
All right. Our next entry that we have here is Jace Marsh with Tranquility. I took a little bit of time to look at this one while we were working on submitting it all. I love the hand-painted koi fish.
Yeah, the hand-painted koi fish are really, really pretty. The flowers and the trees.
Yeah.
Just the guy standing with the... I mean, he's got Arizona tea colored across his back and painted for the green tea. Like, he has a tattoo.
On his pecs.
Yeah, on his pecs. The bench. It's just a very, again, tranquility. It really does speak to it. And this is a well executed model. I want to know what it is in. It feels like a pot, or it looks like a pot, or something like that.
It might be, but
yeah,
hard to tell.
it is. But the tree feels a little lacking on the coloring. Is what my big takeaway would be. Like the branches, the browns,
Yeah.
they feel a little bit washed out. There's pooling in places. Having, I think it was you that mentioned this, having the pink, the flowers, like
Yeah,
on
some of the petals.
on the ground. And floating in the water would have been a really nice touch.
Right. Even if you wanted to do some on top of the bench, but
yeah.
have a blank spot open, like people have sat there.
Yeah. Having someone have brushed it off or something like that.
Would add a lot to the story of the model. This model as itself tells a lot of the story too.
Yep.
But if you wanted to just push it that much further,
Yep.
I know that there are some places that do make pink petals and pink flowers that you could definitely add into these sort of things and
for
just
sure.
add on to it.
I'm trying again.
You don't have to put too much into it.
know.
I get mine to work just fine.
I'm sorry.
No, I just think it's silly.
Anyway, like there as well. Something that I noted is that the tree itself has a bunch of like layers of green, of this greenery, and then the flowers are on top of it. They're not integrated into the tree; they're just kind of on top. So maybe having some underneath and like intermixed would have been better than just having them kind of plastered onto the top of it. I don't know.
It's hard to say, but it might help.
Yeah.
But I can understand where if you already had placed the tree down and this was a last minute decision, then I could see where the trouble would lie.
Yeah.
But you would want to have the trees separated first to be able to do that, especially if you wanted to get further up into the tree line.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So,
But yeah,
wholly just a unique piece, and it's beautiful.
even having like the worn dirt underneath the bench, it's very cool.
Very cool.
Thanks, Jace.
Thank you, Jace.
Number 43, we got Nairi with Blue Jean Teen.
Those are some eyes that have seen things.
It's just a little thing.
Just a little thing.
Just a little thing.
Just a little guy.
Just
It has blob vibes from Dragon Quest.
yeah. I love the texturing that she did with the model itself. Not only on the octopus squid, but the rock as well.
Yep. You can definitely tell that it was hit with the gloss varnish if it's a used model. It's a printed model. It's a 3D print. That's a heavy 3D print. Oh my goodness. Oh, it comes off too. Oh wow.
She painted every single little suction cup.
Every suction cup is that bright bubblegum pink. That's awesome. What a fun little model.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Now we haven't. I don't think we've seen anything from Nairi before.
Maybe one model before, but it might have been a while.
It's probably been a while. Yeah, it's nice to see that she entered in something. The question is: it better to base the tree as a realistic piece, petals falling per Kelsey, good idea, or like a painting, the actual piece to me? I guess it's a stylistic choice.
Yeah.
The rest of it feels like more like a realistic piece to me, at least.
Right.
Going back to the previous Tranquility model, I guess it's kind of a up to you kind of thing. The rest of it feels like a realistic moment in time rather than a painting.
Right.
I never thought about it like that.
It's always good to get that kind of perspective as well, and that's the fun part about painting and art and looking at art in general is it's subjective.
Yes.
Everybody's
it very much
going
so
to
is.
have different perspectives on what should or should not be done on pieces, any piece.
I don't know why people listen to us. We just
Yeah.
up here blabbing the whole time. But yeah, I mean that's a fair question.
Yeah. I guess it would depend on what Jace really wanted.
Yeah.
Like if he's
Yeah.
wanting to make it more realistic, then that'd probably be what she should attempt to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if this was more of like a brand new tree is starting up and it's just starting to bloom, then
Yeah.
there wouldn't be as many leaves or many petals on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the only way we would really know is if we actually asked Jace for his point of view.
Yep.
In which case, if you are here, Jace, feel free to interject and add.
Throw on your 2 cents. It's your piece.
Yeah, and all in all, like yes, this is a painting competition where you do get judged by other people.
Yeah.
But in the end, these models are yours.
Yeah. You're telling the story. It's your work. Don't let anyone else tell you what your work means, because it's all perspective on them. So it's getting a little existential, but I like it. It's a good direction. Art, existential? Never.
Yeah, never.
Anyway, back to cute squid.
Cute, very cute squid.
Very cute squid. I want to know what this is supposed to be for. Like D&D?
Maybe.
Like this?
If it's a stylized D&D session.
Yeah, it's equally cute and terrifying all at the same time.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd want that in front of me.
I can imagine this octopus/squid knowing riddles.
I don't like that.
That's kind of the face that it gives me. It's like
that.
I'm going to give you riddles 8.
I don't like any of that. I don't like any of that at all. Like the color choices on this are excellent. Mm-hmm. The texture's great. I want more from the water. It feels very stylistic for comic book, but having like edges, the like white edges on the waves would help give that kind of, other than it being just straight teal, to being more of water.
Well, even adding, there's a way of being able to do the white caps where you could, if you're using Citadel, it would be Valhalla and Blizzard. Yeah. I love using Valhalla and Blizzard for that. I know you can hand make it with like baking soda.
Yeah.
And I forget what else is like glue or something like that.
Yeah, it's like white glue and baking soda.
Yeah. So you can add that and then add it onto the tops of your waves so it shows like the waves are crashing.
Yep, some texture, you get that foam.
Right.
You can kind of have that floating on the top too.
Yeah, the flotsam.
Yeah, the flotsam. And jets.
Yep.
Jetsam and flotsam. I would, Nairi, just for some feedback as well, like we've said for other rocks, adding in some other colors is always a good choice. Sea rock can have such different variations in additional like lichen and algae and any sort of vegetal things. You could toss on some seaweed and grasses and all sorts of weird stuff to it to really pop it, and it would contrast well with like a nice green, a nice bright green against all of this too. So,
but overall, really cute model.
Just a cute model. Just adorable. Just an adorable one.
Unless it decides to start doing riddles.
Then I'm
that's
not
also
okay
cute.
with it. Then I'm not okay with it.
All right. Next up, we have another Rob Seeley special. Boom.
Boom.
Big Boom, looks
boom.
like.
Big bada boom.
I haven't really looked at this terribly closely.
I've seen pictures of it. He posted a lot of it on.
He did. He painted the paint chipping. My God, Rob.
Good for you, Rob. See, I appreciate that. As someone that does that myself,
I appreciate it too.
I appreciate that.
It's just like, wow.
I love the grass, the long grass in front.
Where the boom.
Where the boom. But the fact that it's like squished against the front. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and then the blast, yeah. And then also the wheels, because it's dug in a bit, so where it got dragged into location. Like it has a presence on where the thing is.
Yeah.
It's this one right here that I really like, the one that's against the shield, because it looks like it just got pushed into place and it sat there, and then the grass kind of went back up.
It's at least fired once.
Yeah, it's at least fired once. So they did that.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, all the little details of the guy drinking. Although it's a little dark. Like this guy, while highlighted, he's a little bit dark in like color tone.
I would probably want to put a little bit more highlight on him, at least on his shoulders and maybe the top of the apron.
Yeah,
and
something that makes the lighting
top of the head.
brighter.
But that if you do that with him, you should do a little bit. This is better, but I would do a little bit more on him. Just push that brightness just a little bit more.
Yep. The firing stick, it having the fire, popping up where it immediately just, fired. So you have that smoke coming up, that illumination. It feels awesome. In this instance too, you could have a cannonball being fired out the front and really get to play with some OSL and some cool effects.
That'd be really cool.
Having some smoke building up from here would have been awesome as an addition. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, the overall feeling of this is very diorama-ish.
I think this is probably one of Rob's best works so far.
It might be, yeah. It might be one of his best works. I see Liam
Sneaking back.
I will say that some of the medals on here feel a little lackluster. The bronze on the shells, the silver on the shells that could be highlighted a bit more. The gold kind of brass trim that's on the actual firing could use a bit more highlighting. I do like the addition of the patina from Ware, but it's a good well-built scene for this model.
So the one thing I need your opinion on this. So this grass tuft here.
Yeah.
So wouldn't you think that it would be flattened inward rather than outward? Because you'd have to move the thing in place first. Or do you think it was flattened after it is at least fired a couple times?
I think it was moved in place and it's been flattened when it got there, because it might have been squished out of the way rather than being inside. Because if it caught the tail end of the left-hand side of wherever that grass was, it would
kind
have
of like the one that's up here.
Yeah, it would have pushed it. I think it would have pushed it up in that way, because directionally the thing would have been pushed into place going forward. So I think that the grass tuft back here would actually be moving. If you're looking to the back of the model, to the front right, rather than the back right.
Right.
So
this is just me being picky.
That is really nitpicky, but that's a really good. I mean, that's so. Taking into consideration doing a diorama, that's the kind of consideration you need to make, is if you shift it into place, what does the environment around it? What happens to the environment around it? How is everything affected if you push this large object into place? How does the grass fall? How do whenever they're walking around, does their boots get muddy on whatever it is? Is the ground wet? Is it dry?
Right.
Things like that.
Well, and that's where Rob's at with his painting level, is just that sort of nitpickiness.
Yep. I'm going to say it. This is my hot take. I don't think this is Rob's best work, but I think this is one of. It's a really good piece. I'm not willing to stake my career on it.
Well, you've also known Rob a little bit longer than I have too, so.
I like harassing him just all the same.
But yeah. Awesome piece, Seely.
Awesome. Yeah, Seely, thank you so much.
And lastly, but not leastly, we got
Trent H.
Last minute entry. With
Long time listener, first time caller.
Castle Grayskull from the what was it called? It was the Heroes of the Universe board game that he backed on Kickstarter.
This is awesome. In a word, this is a board game. So I want you guys to put yourselves in the idea of
like
we're sitting on a table, rolling dice and moving models around on a board game, and this is Castle Grayskull. Like, what more do you want?
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
He painted the doors. Okay, so critiques going out the gate. Things like adding different colors to the stone, adding different greens, painting the wood, more highlights, giving it more texture and things like that.
But given that he only gave himself less than a week to get this done, it is really good.
Yeah. And you said that he used sponges for most of all of this too?
Yeah, so that's it was something that I suggested to Trent because he asked me about this like last week.
Yeah.
And he was concerned about trying to get this piece done before the Dwarven Axe, and I suggested little round with wood stick sponges, and you can buy them at Michael's. The Forge actually has some here. I'm like, just use these, and it's just basically use it as like a dry brush.
Okay.
It covers a lot of area, and I've tried to open the door, I couldn't get it.
Try. I don't think there's anything behind it.
Yeah, I think it's just there.
It opens. He opened it.
I know he opened it. I just don't want to break it.
That's no fun.
You can continue that if you want.
Anyway.
But I suggested to keep using those use the sponges to build up gradients. So I'm like, start with dark, build it up to light, and then obviously bring your highlights where you want your highlights to be, and then just use a brush to do your last minute highlights.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
he definitely.
He took with it and ran with it, and he did a really good job.
The stonework is awesome. Like I feel like it's truly He-Man.
Yeah.
They did a great job. The only thing that I can say is like the wood. The wood needs work, but beyond that, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
You'd love to play the game and just have that be in the background. And
yeah,
be like,
just see that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's like, Castle Grayskull is like Castle Ravenloft in any Strahd campaign. Like it's there. It's always there. You need to see it. And having this as like a visual representation that's on the table. Oh, come on.
Exactly.
It's super cool.
Very cool.
Is that it?
I think that's it.
Oh my goodness. That's quarter 3 in the bag. Let's go.
Yeah.
So
Sweet.
now comes the tough part for us, which is judging all these and making sure that we're giving out coins. So I wanted to give a little explanation for something that we've been doing recently, and people just thought that they were cool additions, and that is the coins. So for the coins, it's almost like a judge within the model. Judging within the model. So if you get a trophy, of course, that's first place in the category. Awesome. You got first place. You get a trophy. If you get a coin, there's 3 different colored coins. So there's gold, silver, and bronze.
Right.
Gold, silver, and copper, I guess.
Yeah.
If you get a copper coin, that's like, hey, you entered, you got maybe it's like a 50-60% of the way for what it is. You did you're well on your way to getting this model completed and bringing it up to snuff. Hey, re-enter that model whenever you've made improvements. Maybe you can earn a better coin based on that. Silver is like, hey, you met that 60 to maybe 80% of whatever it is, 80-90%. It's a really good model. This is a really solid entry. Some small improvements, some small tweaks might really bring it up to snuff.
Right.
Gold is like, hey, you made it within the top 10% of whatever that category is. You were in the running for first place, or it's a really well painted model. You did great. Execution on this was really on top of it. Maybe there's some small critiques that you could improve upon.
Just
but
maybe rewatch the video, find those
Yeah.
critiques, make those changes.
Yeah.
Try again next time.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I just want to point this out too. You don't have to do all of our critiques because we don't remember them either. So
Yeah, it's not like we have a sheet of paper and we're documenting on what critiques were what.
Yeah. So, and then of course, a trophy is a trophy.
Right.
So, but I wanted to give that kind of reference, and I'll be posting this on the website as well here soon. Is that the coins are actually like awarded to the category that you're in. So, take them. Everybody gets a coin. If you've entered in and you've competed, then you've gotten a coin. This kind of the idea. So you walk away with a little bit of something to tell you where you placed and what you got. So, keep it up. Guys, this was a fantastic quarter.
And again, don't forget that if you haven't done it yet, place your votes for the bus.
Yes, for the buses.
There's a little QR code on the bottom left-hand corner.
Yep.
Just scan that, fill out the thing real quick, and then we'll announce who the champion is.
Yeah, we'll smash it on all the channels that we have access to and up on the website. So, in any case, from all of us here at Dwarven Axe
At the Forge
in Chaska, we'll catch you at Renegade Open for quarter 4. Be there, and we'll see you there. Have a good one.
See you later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.